Oh, hey everybody!
I'll whoop your ass, boy.
Better watch it with that boy shit now.
I earned that right. I had your babies.
Can't prove that.
Oh,
You
I
had
can.
babies and I was there. Does not mean they're mine.
Oh my gosh, you're so weird.
A fan. I can say I have a fan. I'm gonna walk around with blunts in my ear. Imagine a blunt that big, that'd be amazing. I think I've hit a smoky joint that big before. So I had a fan ask me if she says I wanted to ask you live today if all of your lyrics are yours. How do you do that? Does it just come to you, or do you have inspiration and are just great with words? Then says some nice things that I don't need to read because nobody needs to hear me gush over myself. It's actually kind of irritating at times because so it's just, I don't know, it's weird. Like, I used to say when I first started that so I never the first thing I ever wrote, I was probably 17 or something. And
That's the story you told me.
A friend of mine had died, and it was just weird. And then when you're in high school, you get stoned and you draw pictures and shit. Sometimes you just sit around and draw, or what, back when it's great. So I drew this picture of this mushroom cloud city exploding behind this guy with these really trippy eyes. Like, it's actually a pretty cool picture, especially for my skill level, art-wise. And for some reason, I felt the need to write a piece, like write a poem for it that is literally nothing like. It's weird because it doesn't have any sort of structure or anything like I do now. But it's they come down upon us with crushing this, and it all ends with like in a plan called democracy. And you just like, that wasn't me. I didn't talk about politics and shit like that. So it was weird that that's what came out.
Can you get this started?
And then over years, so then we had a big boy at like in our town at 8 Mile and Haggerty. There was a big boy.
That wasn't your town.
And so we would go there every day after shul because you could get the breakfast special, whatever it was, like 2 eggs, bacon, hash browns, sausage, toast, all for like $3 or $4. And we would go there every day, and I can't get this shit to say my name. And I would always get we'd always get crayons and the placemats, and some of them would draw, and I would always write something. And so I just started like collecting them. I'd take them home, and it was never really anything like serious. It was just sort of what I happened to do for some reason. And so, what the fuck is wrong with this top? I have no idea what's going on here. I'm gonna just cut it. It's not working right. These are small. So it's probably not gonna work right because this is. It's gonna come off again, but we'll fix it when it does. All right. So Mary says hello.
Hi, Mary.
Um.
Mary, I'm sending your stuff out this week. I'm sorry his check got delayed.
You know Mary? Oh yeah, yeah.
I do,
Mary.
Mary. She's amazing.
Yeah, I told you guys would dig each other.
You were right.
Right.
You were right.
Somebody clip this.
Fuck off.
No, seriously.
Fuck off.
I think I just came a little bit. Oh shit, I need to change my pants. Oh, that is fucking weird. You notice how when she said it, I didn't even like hear it at first? Like it was like she had to repeat it because of that confused look on my face. I didn't, those words in that order
you do hear
coming
it often,
towards
you just
me.
Always block me out and then accuse me of not saying it. See what I mean? Right there.
So I people would say things like, "Man, it's too bad you can't, put it to a beat, so it's like rap." And I'd always be like, I don't really want it to be like rap. I sort of want to do my own thing, like kind of like a Pink Floyd Behind Me kind of thing, But there was no sense of the structure or anything like that back then. I didn't know anything about. It wasn't mathematically precise like it is now. But I was a real stickler back then on the rhymes having to be exact. So you couldn't use like time and mine.
No, it's got the IME.
Right, I was real big on that back then. And so there's something when like you always set your own limitations, right? So by saying that it had to do that exact thing, well, there's only so many fucking words that exist. Crime and chime and time and like you're gonna run out of those words at some point. And if you set these limitations, you get monotonous. And the other thing was when I would say, I set my limitations, like I write my best stuff. Oh look, we have a piece of shit fryer here, a Bergstein. Gross. Ew, there's a pedo. You guys, it's a pedo. Ew. Ew, you're gross. But I would say, I write my best stuff when I'm depressed. So secretly, I'm like trying to make myself depressed so I can write my best stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's weird how you end up doing that kind of shit. So at some point, I just was like, no, I can write anything, anytime, about anything, anywhere. I can do anything. And it was the girlfriend before Angela that sort of really was like, I think maybe we could do something with this. Maybe you should try performing and shit. And it wasn't like there was a whole bunch of poetry open mics back then. So.
And the stuff that was out there was not what you were doing anyhow.
Right, and then when you compare it to like Def Poetry Jam and shit like that, again, I don't want to do pieces that sound like this. And poetry fucking rhymes. It's not fucking, goofy descriptive shit.
That's performance art.
Yes.
There is a
for sure
a niche for that, but it's not. You cannot call that poetry.
Right. And so that relationship was extremely tumultuous and toxic and awful. At one point she had me get rid of things that I had written about another girl, or a different, like, she was so insecure.
I would want you to keep that stuff. That's memories. That's a timeline in your life that when you're 90, it will be cool to look back on.
Exactly.
and it's art. You know, it's one thing if it's like, you know, I got a bandana or something. Okay, whatever. But something that you created, it's a whole different story. And so after her, so I did my first performance when I was with her, and it was at some open mic in Washington D.C. They were really cool. Like I went up like this is my first time. They were all cool, and I read something. I don't even remember which one I read.
How'd I see?
No, in Virginia.
Oh,
Yeah. Um, and they were really great, and it was a really cool experience. But as I say, I was in just the most toxic situation possible. So I moved back here, and I just started writing. You know, I got clean, and when I got clean, it was like a faucet was turned on. It's the Tots. It was like a faucet turned on, and I just wrote and wrote, and I wrote so much shit back then, and you know, I don't realize it, or I didn't realize it, but I was honing my craft, and who knows where all that shit is. You know, I have no idea anymore. Um, yeah, I don't know. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's been lost to time, just the way it works, especially in the digital aspect of things, because you write it and lose it one way or another. Um, so I had started going to a few different open mics around here, but my Achilles heel has always been the performance side of things. My confidence wasn't high at all, and especially considering nobody else did what I did. So it would, my son would whoop up on yours. Yeah, I bet. What kind of weird shit is that? Talk about like pedo fucking mentality. You guys are just gross, man. That's the first thing you say is to be like, yeah, that like after getting called a pedo, that's what you say? Do you guys even question it? This is how fucking stupid they are. It's just they can't help but show it. So I'm going to a couple of different places around here. I'm starting to sort of take it a little more seriously. And around that time, I met Ange, and like she doesn't even realize like how influential her presence was, because as much as I was taking shit seriously, I didn't have that other piece that was going to handle the behind the scenes, the person I could trust, so that I could focus on this instead, because there's it's two different things. The business side of things and the artistic side of things are two different things. It's why people have managers, right? Because it's just there's a lot of yuck that goes on behind the scenes. And as an artist, you have to be laser focused. And so when I met her and she was like, what you do is pretty okay. Um she was like you know, she took on the she might not believe it or not, but like nobody forced it on her. At first she was like, yeah, I actually think we have something here. Why don't we start trying to take this to a different level? And so it just coincidentally, you know, that MySpace really started to take off at that point, and so there was a point where Angela, so we, she her neighbor across the street happened to be in television, local television, but new people, you know, new local people, and so she hooked us up with this guy named Bubby, and we went to Bubby's one day just to sort of shoot the shit.
he was a musician and producer.
Yeah, really a drummer, like really super ultimate, like ultra talented.
Just that man
He
can
just
play.
feels it.
Oh, he's so good. He comes from a family of music, though, too. So.
so we're talking, and as we're talking about shit, like just the conversation led to hey, why don't we record this song? Like it just, and we recorded 5-Year Lawsuit, and that turned into September Clues, and we recorded Patriotism and Odd I See Victims.
Oh, Odd I See Victims was
And-
out of the park.
And it was real good. And he did his own version of those 3 songs, and we posted them on MySpace. And we just sort of posted it with this idea of like, hey, we're doing something different. If you like what we do and think that you could do something with it, reach out. We'll send you the vocals, and you do what you can. And we had a bunch of different people that reached out and whatnot. But
It was actually, you don't downplay that. That was so fucking cool. We had musicians from around the world of all different genres be like, hey, let me try. We had a heavy metal band do a piece. We had a
Countdown
and it was
10.
great. It was fucking great. We had another
Well, the quality always
classically
sucked because
trained,
we didn't have the best quality back then.
like symphony musician do a piece. She was brilliant. Like we had all different types, and it was fucking awesome. It was really cool to see all these artists come together and be like, "Oh, let me try." It was neat.
Yeah, that was MySpace was real cool. I liked MySpace. And so I was at work one day, and I came home, and Ange was like, hey, I met this guy. He's in Germany. He really wants to do it, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay, cool.
Well, I met him because he was, it looked like he was a little indie record label,
Right.
PR type cup. That's why I reached out to him. I didn't know, like, it wasn't for him to do a collaboration.
Right. And so we hooked up, and we had instant chemistry, and we made a 25 track CD worth of stuff. And at the same time, this Shell oil executive, with money, obviously, reached out and also did a track. And
Wow.
and that was really, really great. And he was like, hey, I think we might have something, he had a lot of shit, a lot of issues. He'd been burned, so supposedly burned in the past by other musicians, but he was really, really good. And the only issue with him is it would just take forever to get songs done, for like months at times. And it was always like pulling teeth with him, and in his mind, he was the star of the show. And there was just a clash there, but and looking back on things, like, dude called himself Wex Wexner. Do you know how
Wexford.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Wexford. Yeah, Wexford, sorry. But do you know how inappropriate that would be in today's society? With the Epstein connects? Because I would ask him, he would be like, you never heard of Wex Wexner? And I'm like, no, what the fuck? And he was always like, he would be weird about, I would say, let's use Freemason symbolism, and he'd be weird about it. And like, I really don't know. I always wonder how legitimate he was. But we ended up, because this guy was willing to put in a whole bunch of money, he was willing to.
Well, he had the equipment. He had everything he needed. If you guys could be a 2-man show, and then if there was money needed for another microphone or anything.
No, it was strictly because
he had it
was,
you know.
no, my thing was, it was strictly because he was the one willing to put in the money to buy the bot that would send the friend requests out. And like, he was a Shell oil executive, so like, I knew that when money needed to be put in, money could be put in. And Charles had his own stuff going on too.
Well,
like, he was going through some shit.
Industry too. Wex did.
Kinda. He probably exaggerated more than he did.
Probably, but.
So we end up, I don't know, like, maybe like what would you say, over a 3-year period. Over a 3-year period, we put out 2 albums under the name My Head Radio.
Because you were finalist for the DMAs 3 years in a row.
No, 3 out of 4 years. Yeah, it was 3 out of 4 years. So maybe it was 4 years. Whatever it was. We put out 2 albums. Great songs.
Great fucking songs.
I still, to this day, love those songs. And we
found another musician, found a background vocalist.
Yeah. And that was that in that group is where things sort of changed, because it was like, well, I don't want to just keep making songs where it's just me, doing my shit. There needs to be a hook. I mean, songs have hooks. We need to have hooks. So it was actually Wex that encouraged me to write, to try to do hooks. And I'm pretty sure I know which song it was. I can't think of the name of it right now. But so it was like, okay, well, I guess I need to try writing hooks. And so that was how that sort of started. And
you were intimidated and you knocked it out of the park.
Well, but even still, if you go listen to My Head Radio tracks, a lot of them are just lyrics. And then he brought in this girl to sing hooks, because to me, that's just how this works. There should be a female singing the hooks. I really wish it was like, if I could get like a Mazzy Star type of a voice to sing my hooks, that would be so amazing. Mazzy Star, or like that broad that used to sing with Damian Rice.
Oh,
Her voice was really cool too.
Angelic.
But like that's, so he ended up sort of falling for her, and he was about as ugly a creature as you could ever imagine.
He literally looked like Uncle Fester, but a scarier version.
Right.
It was.
Yeah, he was an ugly guy. He was so ugly that we took the Gorillaz theme, we took the Gorillaz approach to where we hid our identities, and who we were was kept hidden. And we used avatars, and it was a really cool idea, really cool concept and all that shit, but why would you waste all this? You know what I'm saying?
Well, what sparked it was definitely your partner.
Right. No, that was why, for sure. And my my insecurities and all that shit. I was more than okay with that, because I liked that idea of. I always thought of us like the Gorillaz, and when you listen to the guy from Gorillaz talk, there was an interview where he said, we knew that white guys making hip hop coming out of the UK would never fly in America, so we went with the cartoon thing because we just thought that would be better, and I totally bought into that. Like, that's what I wanted for My Head Radio. And we had a whole thing. Like, we had design. We looked like a professional band. And
cool. It really was cool. And the music was so good.
Right.
Like, really, Wex was a truly talented musician.
For sure. And so with the second album, he invested $10,000 into the project. He got a company, a PR company we had this whole plan, this whole campaign based off of the first album. We would drop an EP of 4 songs that would get sent around to all the people, and then we would drop the full album 6 months later or whatever it was, and then the company would send it all off to their contacts. And so the EP drops, and we ended up with like 8 reviews, and out of those 8 reviews, 1 was bad. But to me, it's all good. because of all the hundreds of other things they're submitted, for them to choose to focus on us anyway, good or bad, is good. So, we had a couple of different publications saying, this is the wave of the future, this is really cool, we like, something super different, blah, 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 blah. And so it really seemed like everything was rolling really well. And then Angela got pregnant. And
He freaked the fuck out.
he freaked out. But the thing was, too, like, these guys were awful. Like, when it came down to let's take this seriously, they were all like, well, this isn't like my main thing or anything, so you can't expect me to blah blah. It's like, what are you talking about? If you say you're gonna do something, then do it. That's all I'm saying. And if this is something that you're not interested in, please say so. And we could just do something else. Like, we don't, no hard feelings. But because he fell for the girl, even though he was married and she was with somebody and she was way out of his league and all this other shit, she wasn't the best singer in the world.
No, she was not. There were a lot of times where her voice did not fit what the lyrics required.
Right. And
and it wasn't.
She didn't even speak English, so she really didn't.
Sometimes the accent really lent to it.
Sometimes, but it also prevented her from feeling it as much. Right. But she was just awful. Like, trying to get her to come in. Like, you can't be bothered to come for a couple of hours and record something that might end up paying you extremely well in the future. Like, what's the problem here? Nobody's asking you to go on tour. Nobody's asking.
Overwhelming positive response.
Right. It was like it was working, and because it started working, I don't know if it freaked them out or something. I don't know. I don't think they ever expected anything to come from it. So when it started to, especially the Shell Oil executive, who was like gonna have to either, put his executive career on hold and do this or sacrifice this. I think that's sort of what it came down to in his head. Like, he knew he was going to have to start doing a lot more because we were on the verge of success. And he had a job making well over $100,000 a year. He used to go on vacation like 4 or 5 times a year. He used to drive me fucking crazy.
Going on holiday, mate.
Right.
I'll
going on holiday.
When I return.
Yep, can't. So the PR company had.
What would have happened had you been out there?
Yeah, no shit. Oh, I'm so glad we didn't. The PR company had a thing set up. Like, you do this, you drop the EP, and then at this time, we dropped the album. Like, they had a timeline set up. This was professional. They weren't just some fuck arounds. It was professional.
With, press releases, they do the whole kit and caboodle.
Right. They had promised that we were going to deliver this at this time. So their connections were expecting it. And I'm the only one that's really, like, taking this seriously. Like, all right.
It wasn't even our money.
Right.
He put his money up for this.
And I'm the one going, like, we need to do this, let's do this. And, oh, well, we need, can't get Saskia, that was her name. Can't get Saskia, she's got this going on. She's got this going on. We had, like, 2 more tracks that we needed to record the final vocals on.
Your vocals were done.
Right, her vocals. That's what I'm saying. Her vocals on. And if not, we only had like 13 tracks, so it needed those 2 extra tracks. And she just wouldn't do it. And at one point, there was the day that she was supposed to be there. We finally got her to lock down. She's gonna be there. Turns out the Netherlands was in, because they were out of the Netherlands. Netherlands was in the finals of the World Cup that year, or the day before, and she had screamed so much at the TV that her voice was gone, and she couldn't meet the deadline. And I'm fucking furious. Like, this is my career you're fucking with here. Like, you know, this might be a nothing for you, but this is a big
That's the
cooking deal for me.
difference. It was not their career.
Which is weird because, again, they were on the verge of possibly fame and fortune. And that was the thing, too. So I said, like, listen, this is my thing. This is what I want to do. Obviously, this isn't your thing. You don't have any sort of priority with this. And I totally get it. I totally understand. I don't have any hard feelings. But if this is how you're going to do it, maybe we should move on. You know, at least, you know, be grown up enough to say, hey, this isn't serious for me. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not willing to sacrifice for this. And if you're not willing to sacrifice, then again, I just don't understand where the negative is. If I'm being cool with you and saying, okay, like that's how you know it's bullshit. Because they didn't want to lose out on their part. You know, this is gonna work. Well, I want my piece. But they're not willing to put in the work. And it was this fight on top of Angela being pregnant that the band just imploded. And I was just like, look,
Well, when we got pregnant, like, I remember his reaction. He was like, oh, great. Well, now you're out. You won't do anymore. Watch, when you have this baby, you're not gonna be interested in making music. You're not gonna make this a priority, and like threw it back on us. You don't really want this.
yeah, and
It
I'm
was so weird.
and I'm going, are you fucking
What?
kidding me?
No,
I'm the
it's gonna
only
make
one that's
me
wanted
want it
this.
even more because I have kids.
Yeah.
And he just like totally ran with that.
He just melted down. But again, I think a lot of it had to do with
The cancer.
no, I think it had to do with we were there. We were right there. And he would have had to put, you know, this job that probably gives him amazing health insurance. He would have had to put his shit off to the side and start doing more. And so things imploded. And over the next couple years, I end up hooking up with a guy from here. It's the only time I've ever actually had the luxury of working with my musician. We had a project called Sabuda, and I liked it. It was really good. We had, you know, we made a handful of tracks. We did a show, and at the show, a heckler is talking shit. And so, like, this there is no real stage. It's just an area at this bar that's sort of cleared out. And I'm standing there right on the edge, and I'm finishing the piece looking right at the guy who is heckling me. And I don't even know, like, what else I'm supposed to do in that situation other than do what I'm supposed to do. Well, his wife, who had a bunch of issues as, you know, didn't like her man being the background guy and all kinds of things. She has a big problem with what went down and how it went down, and it just collapses the whole thing again.
She had issues for sure.
Yeah,
Like,
she had lots of issues. So
it was well beyond anything that you.
then there's the Luis situation, and Luis was probably the closest we got, like without really realizing it. He knew this woman named Lisa Perez, who had a direct line to Jimmy Iovine. So I know Jimmy Iovine has heard my shit at some point.
So is Dr. Dre.
Right. And these are just, there are so many of these are just, like the Luis story is one of these weird stories where Luis was a successful guy with connections. I went to school with him. He was all about what we did. He's the one that exposed to me that the My Head Radio website was like a fake website. It was there for someone stupid like me who doesn't know what they're looking for, and so that somebody could think that there's a website there when there really wasn't. There was no source words. There was nothing. It was like a shell. And I just, because I don't know anything about the shit, I didn't know any better. And so, uh, Luis is all gung ho. He says, he wants to finance the demo. He's gonna introduce me to some of his people. We're gonna make this happen. Blah blah blah. And I'm on cloud nine. A couple of weeks goes by. Finally get a hold of Luis. This time he's actually in the car driving either to Vegas or from Vegas with Lisa Perez. And they're sort of like joking. And they're like, yeah, well, you got to get that demo done and then get it to me. And I'm like, what do you mean get the demo done? You said that we were gonna do, like, what's going on here? And it was a really weird, the whole thing was really, really weird. And within weeks of him disappearing and then completely changing his personality, even going so far as being somebody who questioned chemtrails to now chemtrails are just me being stupid. He immediately, like, all of a sudden, he becomes this multi-millionaire. And he's got this company, and he's doing this, and he's doing that. And it's just like the weirdest transition. Like, where was the slow part? Where was it just, if you were to say he was rewarded for fucking with me, it would fit. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it sure seemed like that's what happened. And so, years go by. I'm a valet. I have a CD with like 20 tracks on it that we burn and write on. And it's a collaboration it's a collection of tracks that I've worked on with all the different people and different styles, and it's messy. So at one point we got possibly the worst advice you could ever be given. One of going back all the way to right in the beginning, one of the people that her neighbor introduced us to was this guy who owned a studio and had a country band that was seemingly, starting to do okay, and was a producer, was all this shit, right? Like he was the guy. No, Chuck.
Oh, Chuck.
Chuck something or other. Chuck Alkazian. I wonder where Chuck Alkazian is. So he says you don't want to make it too good. You want to leave it with some holes in it so that a producer hears it and thinks, oh, you know what? This is good, but I could make it better. He told us to purposefully not try to make it as the best we could. And so again,
Is that just him hating?
I don't know what that was. I can't even imagine. And so I have these CDs. I'm a valet. I leave them in people's cars when I park their car. I like tuck it down so it doesn't look like I left it there, and hopefully one day they just sort of stumble across it. But there's another time where, and in this time, like, Howard Hertz, we're in touch with Howard Hertz. Howard Hertz tells my wife he likes what we do, he just doesn't see where it fits in because there's nothing like it. I'm sure nowadays he probably wouldn't like what we do as much. And we ran across some really horrible, awful friars Rose was the worst.
Oh, she was the worst. Screaming at that woman in the backyard, pacing around.
She was
Oh, I
nutbag.
wanted to kill her.
Rose was an awful human being.
Awful human being.
And just, shit just, it was just like, things would get like right there. One day, I'm standing.
Learning the German.
I'm standing out front, and there's two guys. I parked one of the guys' cars, and the two guys are standing there conversing. I get the car and come back, and I hear them talking about how, like, the guy whose car I parked was like a pianist of some sort. Hey, Jimmy, have you heard your song? You want to hear more? Yeah, maybe. I mean, not anymore. And I think, I've always been, I mean, if you know my songs are about Christianity, it's not too long before I'm going to start talking about the Jews. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what he didn't hear or did hear. I don't know. Oh, fuck, what was I saying? Talked about Chuck. Oh, so, the guy says, yeah, I'm a pianist, da 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 da, and the other guy says, yeah, I'm an entertainment attorney, and I'm like, oh well, can I give you a CD? You take a listen if you like it. Blah, blah. And he's like, yeah, no problem. So I grab a CD for him, and they leave. About 45 minutes later, the guy calls me and he's like, hey, is there any way you can come to my office and we can talk? And I'm like, yeah, and he's like, yeah, I really like what you're doing. I want to talk to you today. And so at the time I would work from 9:45 to around 2:30, and then I would run home till 4:45 when I would leave the house and have to be back by work by like 5:15 or no, I had to be there by 4:45, so I'd maybe leave at 4. I only had this small window that I would come home, but I had a newborn baby at home, so I wanted to spend as much time as I could. And so I was like, yeah, this was a lunch shift, so instead of going home, I did go home first. I ran home real quick. I had to get something, and then I came back and I had my meeting with him. And he was he said he was a cop back in the day. But we had this great talk. He was like, I really like what you're doing. I think we do something especially overseas. I'm going to make a few phone calls and then I'll get back to you in the next few days. And I remember just being on cloud fucking 9 and thinking like, this is it. And this guy was, his office was in Grosse Pointe. Is this in Detroit? Yes. His office was in Grosse Pointe, so it was just like he was the guy. And days, go by, turn into a week. I'm kind of reach out like, hey, what's going on? Just sort of wondering. You've got my dreams in your hands, this, that, and the other. And I never end up actually hearing from him again.
You're so weird.
Now, what makes more sense? He liked me enough to call me back a half hour, 45 minutes later, have me come to a meeting in his office, where normally, like, that's time. He's an attorney. Any time you spend with him is on the clock. He had a real nice office, gold all over the walls, it was real nice. He brought me to his office, told me he loved what I was doing and that he was going to make some phone calls and we were going to do something with this, only to fuck with me. Or he got the phone call. Which one makes more sense? So, at around this point,
Hello.
I just kind of get frustrated.
So I
And I-
hear my phone. Hold on 1 second. Can you hand me that Sally's bag,
No.
please? I can't reach it. My arms are way too short.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Brooke.
It'll cost you a blowjob.
That bag is for me.
Okay, well, whatever.
Oh, you wanted to make sure I wasn't talking to Gary?
Yes.
Yes, that would make sense.
Yeah. I was hoping it was your sister.
Oh, yeah, because you like to mortify my sister.
No, I like to picture her during.
Oh, gross. Go.
So I had another baby. What do you need?
Okey-dokey. All right.
What do you need?
You that black sweatshirt, please. Do you want anything from Dunkin'? Because I was gonna go get my frozen coffee.
And so,
I finished my morning one. I'm leaving.
so
Yes.
I just sort of quit.
You know, creature
And
habit.
and
Oh my God! Sorry, I'm drunk.
Jesus, it's like an elephant walking
All right,
around
give me
here.
a kiss. Okay, I just
So I just had enough. I knew that I had to hunker down, stop chasing my silly pipe dream, get myself a job. What? Whatever. Get myself a job, a real job, and be, a man. Stop being a boy. Stop chasing silly dreams. And I did. And I eventually got the... Mom will before she leaves. Yeah, you will. It's okay. I'll do it. It's all good. I at some point, I don't know why or whatever. Oh no, I know what it was. I was driving around in our truck. I got the garage door job. I excelled at the garage door job. And I'm driving around one day and hey, the truck has a CD player. I was going through some shit and I stumbled across one of my old CDs. And I remember thinking, oh, you know what? The truck has a really good sound system. I've never heard my songs in that capacity like that before because we didn't have a CD player. Whatever. And I just thought, it had been a while. I wonder if I'm going to listen and think, oh, this is crap or what. And so I had the CD in the car and I was literally like blown away. Like, holy shit, who am I listening to? Like I forgot that this shit was this good. And this is, you have to understand that outside of Odd I See Victims and Racing Rats and September Clues, maybe one more, every TBG song has come after that. All of it. We've made well over 100 songs in the last 10 years or so. Because it was somewhere around, I think it was 14. I got hurt in 14, right? It was 14 when I got hurt, right? Didn't we figure that out? I had reached out to Charles either shortly before I got hurt or maybe it was just after, but I think it was shortly before I got hurt. And I was like, hey, it's been a long time, but we had always stayed in contact. We had always sort of stayed friends. And he had gone through some shit, and initially too, it's funny because, when I made the decision to go with My Head Radio, he understood, and him and his girl had just gotten pregnant too, so he understood, like, I got to go with the money. But I would send him songs, he would send me shit. Like, we were always still just buddies. And so when I reached out just before getting hurt, maybe with my job, uh, I'll be able to put money in. I won't have to rely on somebody else's money. I actually make good money at this job. It's not like parking cars, and I'm not all fucked up on drugs. So, I'm going to have this money available. Why don't we give things a shot? I want to give this one last shot. I've always had this Bilderberg group thing in my head. Because him and I, we did do the first album under the Project Radar guys. That was the name of it, Project Radar. But that was whatever. That knows. Who knows? If we'd have just went with Project Radar, who knows? Maybe we would have been allowed to be famous. Maybe it was all the just the name choice. But I always wanted to have the Bilderberg group. That was gonna be my group. And it was meant to be the group because I always thought, like, when I got famous, or even before that, it sort of came from the MySpace days, where I just wanted a group of producers to all work together to make their version of my songs. But there's always been a magic between Charles and I. And when he's on, he's just on, and he's so prolific and creative and fast. He works very fast. And he's creative on so many levels. Like, it's funny, like, I'm the idea guy, but then I point and click, and I'm like, all right, let's do it like this. And he's like, all right, and he makes magic. He's just great. He's just fucking great. But it started there. And so for me, writing just comes. It's just what it is. It's just there. It's like I don't understand it. There are so many times when I read it when I'm done, and I'm like, oh shit, that was awesome. Oh, I can't believe I came up with that, Like, it's not, I've always said it's like the song exists and I'm some archaeologist and I just gotta, like, clear away all the dirt and debris, and then the song will be there. It's mathematic, it's precise, and it's the words, they just fit. It's hard to describe it. I don't even know how to describe it. It's what it is. And I outside of doing a couple of cover songs out of, adoration, very humble adoration at that, and the couple of times Charles has had me do one of his, like, there's no fucking way I would want to record somebody else's shit. And I write so much. As many songs as we have, if Charles was like me, like, he has probably 6 sets of vocals that he has just sitting in his email waiting to be done. He just doesn't, he goes through these spells where, and if he was like me, we'd put out a new song every week, every 2 weeks. And I have hundreds of songs yet to record. Hundreds. It's no exaggeration, hundreds. A range of different topics, all sorts of shit. The point, the goal is that when when things take off, there will be a shit ton of other producers who want to do songs. And they're going to do them my way, unlike how they normally do songs. The lyrics, record the hook, send it to them. They make the song around the feel of the you know, the vibe of the lyrics, instead of me trying to fit something to something. Who knows what their vibe was when they were making that song? But by making the song to the lyrics, the vibe syncs up. That's why Charles and I work. Because Charles's music is it's different. It's scary. Like, I always think of Charles's music as like, you know, giant robots fighting, and, you know, he would make for great soundtracks and stuff like that. But his shit is not commercial at all. And my stuff is you know, very limited in that regard as well. Like, I mean, it does fit over hip hop beats, that's for sure. I've heard it put over hip hop beats before, but I really like the way Charles's brain syncs up. Like, it's just great. You know, I don't know. It's hard to describe it. I wish we could work together in studio so badly, because I think we would come up with some really amazing shit. And we'd never run out of material. I have enough songs that would, you know, I could produce double what we have easily. Double. No problem. It's interesting, man. It's not only that, but then there's a plethora of other cover songs that I want to do too. Songs that matter to me that nobody else does. You know, I just recorded a great one. Again, you know, if you're a fan, then reach out. If you're a fan, download the album. If you're a fan, you know, send a message to Charles and say, hey, man, we like what you do, make more. He doesn't do this part. He doesn't get the other side. And then with the censorship being what it is, I mean, it's just ridiculous. And it's hard to override that. He doesn't have that stubborn ass, you know, confidence like I do. You know, I've accepted a long time ago that the reason why we're censored is because we're so good. If we weren't so good, we wouldn't be censored. And if we're that good that we need censorship, that means we're right fucking there. But alright, I think the synchronicity is perfect. It's just mind-boggling that you're not famous, honestly. I agree. I agree. Especially with the dedication and the day, you know, the daily videos, and then it's just strange. You know, I don't show me better songs. Show me better songs. Yeah, there might be better rap songs because they're rap songs. There might be better rock songs, you know, because there's, but as far as just like songs go, where you're just, everything works, I think it's up there. I think, and we have several that I think are in, you know, those categories, all-timer kind of categories. I do think Oedipus Shrugged is one of the best songs ever written. I think it's great. You know, why don't songs mean anything? You know, and the thing is, like, I don't like telling people what the song is about, because I think, like, your interpretation is what the song's about for you. My interpretation of the song is just what I interpret. Again, it's not like Guy doesn't write it. It writes it. And I interpret what it says, you know, and I don't like screwing that up for people. I don't want the song to mean something to someone And then I'm like, oh yeah, well it's about drugs or it's about this, and you're like, what? Oh, I thought it meant that. Like, I don't want that. I like that you have your own interpretation. It's your song in that regard. What it means to you is what it means to you. But I also think, 90% of the songs, there's not really too many ways you could interpret it to be outside of what it's actually about. Oedipus Shrugged is pretty obvious what it's about. Mommy daddy issues, you gotta love it. Now, what does it mean in detail? What do you pick up from it? Well, that's the part where it gets interesting to me. I'd love to know how it affects you on the inside. Strange, can't find anything better, and I truly mean that. Yeah, look at that. I'm so happy. And you have to say, okay, so Mary is just this weird person who doesn't like music like Led Zeppelin, doesn't like The Doors, doesn't like Eminem, doesn't like all that other popular music that literally sounds good in everyone else's head. She doesn't like those things? Or does she like those things and she likes these things? Or our things. So if our thing sounds good in her head, who listens to all those other things too, why wouldn't it sound good in the heads of other people? Other than the trolls that just talk weird shit, I've never had anybody come in and be like, yeah, this kind of sucks. There are people that might say this isn't necessarily my thing, but I think it's good still. Like, and again, I say when you look at our stuff, look at it and be careful of the third album syndrome. And I call it third album syndrome based on Led Zeppelin 3. So I always picture myself being like, it's in the 70s. I got my long hair and my jeans and my 8-track player and my, all this. And I'm a huge Led Zeppelin fan because they are a wall of sound unlike anything ever heard before. And I'm so excited about the third album that's coming out. And so I go buy the third album and I put it on my record player and I sit in my chair and I get ready to get hit with the wall of sound, and Bron-Y-Aur Stomp comes on. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I sort of move the thing around and it's like, what is going on? Where's Led Zeppelin? Where's the walls? Oh, I'm so fuck this, I'm done. And 3 weeks later, you're at a buddy's house and in the background, the album is playing, and you're fucking sitting there like, man, this is good. What is this? And he's like, what are you talking about? This is Zeppelin 3. And you're like, what? This is Zeppelin 3? What the? Oh, shit. And you go back home and you realize, you listen again, and this time you realize it's some of the best shit you've ever heard. It was just when you had expectations and it didn't meet your expectations, you had a sort of a betrayal reaction as opposed to a reaction to what you were being presented. And I think with us, you don't have you could think it's going to be anything and you're not going to get it right. Everybody likes to say they're unique. Everybody likes to say there's something different, something you've never heard before. And everybody's lying. We are something different. We are something unique. And so if you go into it thinking you're going to get Dr. Dre rap, you're wrong. If you go into it thinking you're going to get any sort of rock music or anything like that, you're wrong. But if you go into it with zero expectations other than I want to hear some good music, I think you're going to be, pleasantly surprised. And I think it either works out that way. Like, you either really, really like it, or you have that Led Zeppelin 3 reaction. But I always encourage you that if you if you didn't like it the first time, and it's been a couple of weeks or whatever, give it one more listen and see if it's still not good. Yes, but you're better than Zeppelin. You only need to hear your stuff once and be hooked. In my opinion, super unique and beautiful. I don't like. I have a hard time with all that. Obviously, if I'm better than Zeppelin, why is this my life? In my head, I think I think what we do is definitely up there with that, with Zeppelin. It's different. It's not the same thing, not the same caliber, but I don't think there's a single Zeppelin song that you can actually tell me what the fuck it's about. And it even comes close to touching the emotions that our songs will do, where you absolutely know what it's about. And the fact that it's not just some beat, it's a song. It has its ebbs and flows, its changes. It's a song. It's not the same thing over and over again. But what it is, bro. What it is. But what I did, bro. What I did. I think it proves everything is rigged. Yeah. I don't know, like what I wouldn't give to have even 1,000 Marys out there. Because that and see, and that's the other part. Like, if it was good, wouldn't there be more of you? That's the downside. This is the hard part. Is it really just you're just some wacko? You're just some wacko who likes my shit because you're a wacko? Is that what it is? I don't know. I don't hear it. I am so super self-critical. There are lines that I hear when I listen to our stuff that are delivered just slightly off. And if I could re-record it, I would. And every time I hear it, it bugs me. And I'm like, look around and think, did anybody else hear that? Did you see? Yeah, it's awful, isn't it? God throws a whole song off, doesn't it? And you'd be like, what are you talking about? So I listen as critically as I can, and I try to, like, not like it. But it's sort of just like everything else. It's like, once the toothpaste is out of the fucking canister, you're not getting it back in the tube. And that's what TBG is for me. Like, this music that has this great feel to it, sounds good, it's a good groove, but it also really does say some powerful shit. To go back and listen to my teeth and my bends and my shoes and my hose with my hose and my teeth and my shoes and my bends. Like, it just gets really boring. And I'm 47, about to be 47. Me listening to 20-year-olds rap about how much richer they are than me has definitely lost its luster. And it's weird to think that's what, that's what we like so much. We like to hear these 20-somethings talk shit to us about how much more. Look at you. Now look at us. All my niggas look rich as fuck. I always tell Charles, man, we just got to figure out. I did a video with that guy. I always tell Charles we need to get just one play. If we can get just one play on one radio station one time, it'll change everything. You guys know, if you look up Lifehouse, the band Lifehouse, Spin, the song Spin, at the 32-second mark, I believe, you'll see your boy holding a baby. The director said, look down at the baby. Now say something. Now look up like you're looking for the bus. And I said to the baby, baby, this is just the beginning. This is going to lead to great things. Something along those lines. I signed up for this cast. I got called. to be in the video. I drove up from San Diego. I was there all day. This group of extras. This was the last scene that they were filming for the video. This was going to be the wrap for the entire project. And they had all the extras line up. And like the extras had formed these cliques where like there was the popular ones and then sort of the nerds. And I had been hanging with the popular kids, but I'd separated myself on purpose. And the director walked up and looked at me, looked up and down and said, you want to be in this? And I said, hell yeah, let's go. And that was that. It's fucking great. It's funny. I even get third album syndrome when listening to our shit. I've learned over the years it's hard to do. But like in my head, shit sounds different. When I record it, I think of something else. And I want, like, there's no way he's going to make what's in my head. It's not a possibility. But because we don't have a way to do that with each other, I just have to let him do what he does. And we sort of have that agreement, you know. It's actually the best thing about him. Is that if I were to say to him, you know, no, I don't like this one, he'd be like, all right, let me try something else. And that would just be that. He wouldn't be like, no, I like it. He'd be like, all right, no problem. Let me try something new. The best thing about him, and it doesn't happen very often, that's why, but it's actually only happened like twice that I can think of. Once that I can think of, but I'm assuming there was twice. But yeah, he's that guy. I mean, the reality is, and I always try to tell him this, like, he's the key. I am limited. My style doesn't lead to a whole ton of variation. Being articulate and purposeful, and like I can adjust speed. I can adjust arrangement of bars. But at the end of the day, there's a similar delivery in all of them. It's my style. So it requires, now I do have two. I haven't done the second style. I haven't done my style in a long time. I need to do that. But I usually do the standard, you know, 1 and 3, 2 and 4, 1 into 4, you know, or 4 into 1, and then so on, repeating, and you know, and it's everything has to rhyme and hit on syllables and all that stuff. It all has to be perfect, right? And 32 seconds, I believe. Might be a little bit further. I'm not sure. When the world keeps spinning around. But shit, what was I talking about? I don't know. I know I really want to make music with Charles. I just want to see what would happen. It's crazy because we're getting so old. We don't have a whole shit ton of time left. Who knows what kind of health problems either one of us have, you know? Who knows how limited time is? I just don't get it. I guess, you know, I don't know. It's so weird. because there's the censorship part, but then, am I really censored? You just wonder, like, what is the reality of things? Is Mary alone in this? And if Mary's alone, then, why? And Mary wouldn't be alone because I am. I'm in that same bandwagon. I think it's so good. So I just don't. I don't know. I think when it comes down to like I believe us to be one of the best in the world, but I think so maybe I've always said, the music isn't for teenagers and shit. My music is for, 27 and up, 26, 27. You have to have experience some aspects of life that it's not all, bitches and hoes and pouring champagne on chicks and shit. Like, that's silly. And I always think of my music as like the music that you put on when you're driving somewhere, and you just jamming. You're not necessarily dancing to it, yay, or I don't see it like that. I just think it's good. I don't know when the right time to listen to us is. I think it changes. I think, there are all different sorts of scenarios where we fit in. Take advantage. This is the time you're gonna get me talking about this shit. So if you have any sort of questions or anything like that, just let me know. We need to figure this out. Like, I feel like there are songs of ours like Oedipus Shrugged, like Frozen Fear. I think Frozen Fear is a song that anyone who's ever been abused should hear, male or female, because there's some stuff said in that song that doesn't get said to abuse victims that needs to be. And I just think there are, I don't know. Again, I just don't know. How could it possibly not work? I listen to it and I think, how does this not appeal to someone? Maybe if you only listen to a very certain type of music and you have no range in what you listen to, sure, I guess. If you only listen to, then maybe. But even then, I think those guys would be like, you know what, I don't listen to this shit normally, but I do like this. Why don't you want your music, like, tell me what other songs are about. Tell me some other songs out there that are like popular songs, famous songs, and you know what they're about. Like, obviously, Yeah. Think about it. Dream On just popped in my head. What's Dream On about? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I think it could be this. Sing with me, sing for the year, sing for that, sing for two. Sing with me just for today, maybe tomorrow, give or take you away. I mean, I think that song's about seizing the day, but I'm not really sure. And how many of those songs make you think? Even again, talking about Eminem again. Eminem is so great. I think Revival is one of the greatest albums ever made, if not the greatest rap album ever made. Because that's what he considers to be woke him, and I hate that term, but... And what he does is fucking... Like, he does some amazing things. I can't do what he does. I can't rap. I don't want to rap. I would love for him to do what I do for him, because I think that's the progression. I think, you know, as he gets older, him rapping is going to be kind of silly. So, hey, why not open up this new window where doing this thing is very tolerable for someone of age. You know, I can't imagine Eminem would hear my shit and be like, "This is basic and stupid. I don't like it." If he did, I'd be okay with it. You know, I don't. That would suck. You know, one of my heroes, music-wise, like but at the same time, I went through that literally with him. Listening to him makes things hard. It definitely inspires me to be better, but you know, it definitely makes things like I second, third, fourth guess myself and think like, man, I just can't do what he does, and he makes lots of money doing what he does. So, you know, my kids are forced to have that dad that makes that weird music that, you know, if it was good, if it was popular, then it would be okay, but Revival is great. He can't do what you do is what I was going to say also. I think he can. I think you know why I think poetry, especially on my level, appeals to people or should appeal, is because everybody in their life has a poem that they've written in their past. You know, not everybody has a rock song, not everybody has a rap song, but a poem that you wrote to somebody that mattered, everybody has one. So everybody can relate to, because, you know, being a poet on some level, you've tried. You have it. You can remember it, especially if it was like the one time you did it, right? But there's a reason why, like, the Rockefeller guy, the third thing he said was poets. We don't want the laureates. We don't want the playwrights. We don't want the poets. And after he said all of those things, he then was like, oh, and we don't want the doctors or the lawyers because we have those too. But the first things he said was the laureates and the poets. And it's because, you know, there's something there. That's why poetry was so corrupted with rap music. Is your butthole friend on here? No. So the greatest 16 bars I've ever heard anybody rap was when he says, they're putting words in my mouth like alphabet soup. Got the most content on the continent, and constant compliments give me confidence. I'm across common sense and incompetence. I'm cognizant that conflict is a consequence of accomplishments accomplished through competition. I've conquered and conked them into unconsciousness. Through conscious, I conjure this King Kong and just call me kamikaze. I'm concocting this. And that shit's just fucking... And of course, he says it so much better than I did. But... And at the same time, nothing. It means nothing. Yeah, okay, so you make a lot of good rap songs. That's literally what he says. Most content on the continent, blah, 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 blah. You guys don't understand. I'm writing at least one a day a lot of the times. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 3. Or like I'll write something and then have to go do something and come back to it. That part kind of sucks because, you know, the energy changes. But still, you know, you do what you do. But then, or there'll be times where I'll be like writing one and then another one will come to my head and I have to write that one down and then go back, and it's fun. I don't know, man. I wish I had the opportunity to fail. Or am I just not taking it for what it is? You know, when you look at the numbers that TBG has, you look at some of those older songs back before we really got censored. I mean, there was a time where for 2+ years, we weren't allowed to invite people to the page. We had a restriction that said we weren't allowed to invite people to the page. Like, it's just ridiculous. What's the topic today, Chadley? Whatever you'd like it to be. Actually, today I'm talking about the band. I never do talk about it, but today I am because Mary asked me some questions, and I hope I answered them. Again, I don't... there are sort of limitations to it. Like I say, when it comes to the songs and what they're about, part of me wants to talk about it. Like, I like to share, but again, I don't ever want to ruin it for anyone. I don't want you to think it's something and it's not. What? That's strange. Which part's strange? What part's strange? I'm confused. It's crazy that Oedipus Shrugged got censored, got taken down, because it's me standing there. I'm in underwear. So WWE can exist, right? And I could go to the beach in a pair of shorts. I could go to the beach in a goddamn Speedo, and that would be okay. But for me to stand in boxers and let my wife, you know, and I'm just standing there not moving, and my wife is that's crazy. It's crazy that would be a problem. Oh, that we couldn't invite people. Yeah, it was weird. You know, there's a function where it says invite friends, and we weren't allowed to invite people for 2 years and never knew what the fuck it was for. I mean, but at the end of the day, again, it's either, I think we have 6,000 following, isn't it? It's either 4,000 or 6,000, but I think it's 6,000. Either way, if I go live, I should have viewers. Instead, I get a notification that says slow connection at the bottom of the screen, no matter what phone I use, mine, my wife's, no, whatever. And only the trolls will come through. The trolls, and then maybe 1 or 2 people will be like, oh, hey, there you are, or whatever. But this is another platform where I used to routinely get 8,000-10,000 views. Get as many as 25,000 views. The dream that you all think is possible, like the reason the shit talk that comes my way, oh, you're so lazy, oh, you're so this, you're so that. I've put in so much effort, and the fact that we've almost made it there, and then suddenly something weird happens and knocks us down, you know, like that. These are things that go beyond the scope of things. These are things that oh yeah, I got you, bud. That when you no, there is no other way of explaining. So one time, this guy is a friend of mine. He's one of my watchers, and he's in Scotland somewhere, and he is he's an extra, or he does like he's like a high level extra in the Scottish Hollywood scene. And he's this really good looking guy and blah blah blah. So at one point I say to him, hey, you know what would be really cool is if you would be me in a video. And we'll you'll do the words, and we'll use your pretty ass and blah blah blah. And he was like, oh yeah, that's cool. Just I'm down to do that. And as soon as he is that covered, like he was like, okay, cool. Well, let's we'll talk tomorrow, and we'll go from there. Well, the next day I reach out and he doesn't respond. And shit goes. We keep trying. She doesn't respond. It's just weird, but whatever. Move on. It was maybe a year later, I don't know, maybe less, where I'm live, and I suddenly get a message from him like, holy shit, I finally got through. The thing, it was like I had to unfriend you and then search you out, but it wouldn't let me find you, and then finally it let me find you, something like that. He'd been looking for me. And now my memory is a little foggy on this, but so I might be getting some details wrong, and I'm sorry. But he says, I would go to your page, and it would show me that you hadn't been active for like 2 years. It was just it looked like something happened to your page, but like nothing was there, and you hadn't posted for years, and I kept trying to reach out and nothing would happen, and so we start talking again. And what fucking song was it? I don't know, maybe it even was Oedipus Shrugged. It might have been. I don't know. But he's like, hey, I got backstage tickets to the Justin Bieber show. I'm gonna take my girl, and Falling Amazing is the first song I wrote the hook for. I said, he said, I'm going to, I got backstage passes for Justin Bieber. How about I play him your song? And you know what else? How about I play him your song, and then I call you from the other phone, and you can see his reaction. And I'm like, you know what? That sounds like a great idea. So this was this is like early in the week. And throughout the week, him and I talk, and, you know, he's excited. He's like, yeah, man, this is going to be great. You know, I'm sure he's going to love it, yada, yada, yada. And it's like things, this is great. So, shit. So Saturday rolls around. I talk to him in the morning. He's like, you know, he's excited. Blah, blah, blah. They're like 8 hours ahead of me. So he's like, you know, I'm going to get going. I'll call you in a while. This is going to be great. It's the start of something big. Blah, 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 blah. So later on in the day rolls around and like, man, you know, he should be calling by now. It's kind of weird. Why isn't he calling? But like, man, maybe, you know, he just got a little drunk, had a good time. Maybe it went so well with Bieber that they went to partying and you know, he call's gonna come in and be like, yeah, you know, he loved it. We're gonna just, you know, whatever. You're trying to think of like, what could it fucking possibly be? You know, this guy was all about it. Like he was that, you know, he was excited. He was as excited as I was. He was like, couldn't wait, you know, all week. All, you know, it was just strange. So eventually, you know, nighttime rolls around and trying not to be all shitty or anything, but I think I sent him a message like, hey man, I guess you partied pretty hard last night. I hope that's a good sign. I'm gonna go to bed. Hopefully I wake up tomorrow to, you know, good news in my inbox. That's that. I go to sleep, wake up the next day, go to look in the inbox, and he's not even there. What the fuck? Where the fuck did he go? Search his name, he doesn't come up, and I'm like, this is weird. This only happens when someone's blocked. So I use my wife's phone, or I had the 2 accounts back then. So I think I reach out with the other account, and I reach out with my wife's account. I don't know if I could reach out with both, but I was able to reach out with one, and I was like, look, man, you know, I'm a big boy. If shit didn't go well, like, it's all good. You don't have to be all weird about it. Tell me how the fucking show went. Like, did you have fun? Like, you know, if Biebs didn't like my shit, it's totally cool. Like, I didn't necessarily expect him to. And you could see that he saw it, you know, the thing moved down. And then the shit got blocked. And at some point, with this profile, I don't remember what his name is anymore, so I couldn't do it. But I looked him up. I kept, you know, because I never heard from the guy, and I just thought that shit was really weird. And like, man, I hope you were okay. Like, it's not just my own personal shit. I'm concerned for you. And so eventually, you know, a few years go by, and I find his page, and reach out like, hey, what the fuck happened? Like, why did you do that? And the guy came on, the guy messaged back and was like, "Do what? I don't know what you're talking about." And I was like, "You're this guy, right?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm that guy." And and I think he even at one point sort of acknowledged it. He stopped playing stupid, and I don't remember. He said something along the, I don't know. I don't remember. But it was just weird because it was. Maybe it was troll activity. I doubt it because this was before when I reached it. I can't remember how it all went down. But I know it was. It's always been a really strange situation where you just like think like, aren't people professional? Like, why would anyone ever lie to me or blow smoke up my ass? Why wouldn't they just tell me, hey, this didn't work or this wasn't good? So close and so strange. How'd you get in the Lifehouse video? So, my arrogant ass always thought that if I moved to Hollywood or if I moved to California, I'd be discovered walking down the road somewhere because I look like a Calvin Klein sort of heroin model person. I just look like one of those people that you would see in those old Calvin Klein commercials. In my entire life, everybody would say, "Oh, you should be a model. You should be a model." And I was always super insecure, so it just, I never saw it per se. I did and I didn't. Again, I saw myself as the weirdo Calvin Klein looking model, not the GQ model type. But my buddy that I moved to California with, Hollywood was his dream. And, when we were in high school, he belonged to the nerdy club that had their sketch comedy show on the local TV station. He was in the school play. They did Fiddler on the Roof, which it's funny to think on it now, but how convenient that they did Fiddler on the Roof. He always wanted to be on TV. That was his dream. And so one time, so we moved out to California together. And the only reason he came with me was because he had a van. And I thought that would make things the easiest. And, he was down to go, and he was always kind of like the mommy type, so he would always, I knew he would always look after me. Plus he was gay and secretly in love with me, so that helped helped make things really weird. But when we first moved out, we lived up north in Willits, California. And, I left. He stayed there. When I came back to Cali, I lived down in San Diego. Eventually, he came down to stay with me. One day he was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go sign up for the Extras Casting Guild. You should come with me." And I was like, "All right, well, I'll go hang out." And he was like, "It's only $100. You sign up, and you, You take some pictures, and if they like you, they'll put you in a movie or something like that. And I was like, shit, why not? I got $100. So we went up there. Took a bunch of pictures. And that was sort of that. I didn't think too much of it. And then one day I get a phone call saying, can you be at this place at like 6 in the morning tomorrow? And I could. And so I went up there, and it happened to be the Lifehouse video. And it was weird because I was actually there was a couple of times, like, I was dumb, right? So I was the guy that had the goofy answering machine message. So I would get home all the time, and there would be missed calls from 757 area code, but there would be no message because, my answering machine was stupid. And I didn't think past that. I was so arrogant and foolish, and I don't know why I thought that was worth it, but there were many times, like I would say at least 10 times, where there was just a hang up. And so, yeah, this time I think I was at home when the call came in. That's why I got it, because I was at home. And I answered. And I think that night I shaved my head. Guys! I shaved my head and I drove up the next morning. Here. I went up there the next morning. And yeah, I didn't know anything about anything. I remember being in the park, and the first scene is that we filmed was the military scene, and they had us doing push-ups in a row, and like by the fifth set, everybody's arms are just blown the fuck out. Tried, and then and then there was different scenes, and I went all these different places all over Hollywood, and like we were treated like shit because we were the shitty little extras, and I got, then I got picked out, and then after that it was like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and we went to the trailer where they were cutting checks, and you're supposed to get $100 for the day, and then you were supposed to get an additional $100 if you got used. And when I was like, "Hey, I got used," they were like, "Yeah, right." Like they didn't realize it or something. I don't know what it was, but I didn't get my extra $100. So again, this is insecure guy, right? You put on the brave face and all that, but so as I'm leaving, the two hot girls that were there, because we parked in this lot, and then they picked us up and they drove us back at the end of the day. The hot girls were like, the one blonde came around. It was a blonde and a redheadish one. I don't even know. Who knows if either one of those girls became someone? I couldn't tell you, but they were like, "Hey, we're going to a party. You want to go?" And I was like, "Oh, I gotta go. I gotta get up for work the next day." And she was like, "All right, well, here, take my number, and next time you're up here, give a call." And I was like, "All right." And I took her number, and I left, and I lost her number, like immediately. Like again, I was just so insecure, so stupid. I should have went with them to that party. What the fuck was I thinking? My thought was always fear. I was always scared that I was going to be taken to some sort of bad situation. You know, am I getting lured into something? Because which I should have been. No, I'm thinking, man, this is gonna get bad, and then I don't want to get drunk, and if I don't want to get too drunk, and then I gotta drive home, and I did have to work the next day, and I think I had just gotten the job, so I was trying to be on my best behavior, and just one of those regrets, man, one of those regrets. But if I was smart, I would have moved to Hollywood at some point. I would have gotten myself, I would have tried to be a valet. I would have found a valet job up in Hollywood. And when did that? And that would have been, I would have been used. I had multiple calls. Multiple calls. I was supposed to be in the Dixie Chicks Pepsi video that got pulled down because of, the Bush thing. But it was a big time, high budget thing. I got called up to be in that. But, I was always responsible and like, I gotta work tomorrow, so. And the job that I had me in the position where I was literally the only guy. So if I didn't work, the place wouldn't open. And it was really fucked up. My shit's been fucked up this whole time. And at the same time, it was, year that year of when is this? 2005-ish. Yes, 4-ish, 5-ish, something like that. At the time, I'm working at the hot tub store, the hot tubs and grills store. And so a vast majority of the day, I'm just sitting there. And that's where a lot of it, honing the writing, honing it, getting it better and better, working on it, making it sound better as it comes out of my mouth, not just cool to read. That was always a big thing, is like I always wanted it to be better when you read it. Because not only would you pick up things you missed, but it would also, you would be able to read it. Like, because it's hard to read Eminem stuff because it's so complicated in a lot of ways. And I wanted it to be easier to read. Yeah, it was it's an interesting fucking ride, man. That's for sure. Insecurities, man. I do everything I can to try to get my kids over their insecurities, because insecurities are just, they hold you back. I was too insecure to take myself seriously. And when I was young and single, instead of being, the guy like chasing my music dream that I've had since long before I was, doing it, I was, the Doors movie did something to me. Like, watching the Doors movie was something else for me. And I know it sounds weird, but I was on 4 hits of acid. And the scene where the Indian leaves Jim at the concert, I felt the Indian leave gym and come into me. And I literally started writing after that. I had never written anything. I was good at writing stories and stuff, but I never wrote anything until I was like 17, 18 maybe. You would think I've been writing poems since I was a kid. Nope. I mean, forever, I even to this day, like, I don't like the term poet just because of what it's associated with. Because when I think of poetry, I do think of those guys that talk like this. It's all the same. It's not fucking poetry just because you adjust the way you talk. That's not hard to do. You guys want to hear spoken word? You guys want to hear my favorite spoken word piece? You'll like this. Oh, it's not the same anymore. Oh, they changed the back of it. Well, I can still do this one. Focus your smartphone's camera mode to see how you can instantly score points that will get you free White Owl swag. See, that's not hard to do. Well, thank you, LSD. Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird thing to think about. I wonder if that's all something, if I'm misremembering, if, I can tell you this. I'm going to get my kicks before the whole shithouse goes up in flames, all right? That same night, I've told this part of the story before. So that same night, me too, I was so insecure and all my dreams and ambitions turned into life work pain. Yeah, it sucks. So that night, I'm sorry to hear that, by the way. After that happens, I end up kicking everybody out. I start, I'm like, man, a girl spills an ashtray on the white carpet. And the rule was always, if you spill the ashtray, don't try to clean it up. Like, if it's hot, obviously grab the hot out. But don't try to clean it up. Let me clean it up. I know how to clean it up so it doesn't leave a stain. You got to vacuum it before you clean it. That's how you clean up an ashtray. And the girl fucking tried to clean it up and rub the stain in. And I was just, it was just so much for me. And, like, I don't know if you've ever been in that place with acid where it's like everything is like, and like you're just like, what the fuck? And so I got mad. I was like, everybody's got to go. Everybody, you just got to go. And there was like, it was like maybe 10 people there. I don't know. But I was just like, no, look, you got to go. I need everybody to go. Like, and everybody was weird, but they were like, all right. And they ended up leaving. I'm sure there was more to it, but so everybody leaves, but the guy that I end up moving to California with. And, on 4 hits of acid, I can feel that he loves me, like, in that uncomfortable way. And, like, he's not the person I want to be there. So I'm like, yeah, man, it's okay. I'm gonna be okay. It's okay. I just need to be alone. It's okay. I just need to be alone. And like, I can't believe I'm doing this. Like, now that I think about it, like, what a stupid thing to do in that circumstance. So he ends up leaving, and I get it in my head that I'm fucking dying. That's it. I'm dying. And everything is just, it's just, the world just looks so different in like wet paint. I remember somebody described it to me once like that. Like, oh, you're freaking out, huh? Everything looks like wet paint. Like, yeah, that's what it, but like, I was so fucked up and I thought, okay, I'm dying. I took too much. I'm just too fucked up. So I go and I get our landline cordless phone. And it's crazy because, like, I can feel the energy coming off the phone. And so my mom is at her boyfriend's house, and my dad lives in Troy, which, Brighton and Troy happen to be about the same distance from Northville where I was. So I call my mom, and I'm like, Mom, it's like midnight, 1 a.m. I don't know. I don't even think it was that late. It was probably like 11:30 because I had kicked everybody out so early. I'm like, look, Mom, I'm sorry. I took too much acid, and I just wanted to tell you I love you before I died. I think I'm dying. I want you to know I love you, and I'm sorry. And she's like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, I took too much. I'm sorry. I love you. I gotta go, and I hang up. And thankfully, she didn't like call the cops or anything. Like, I think about it now and just how different things are now. Nowadays, somebody would absolutely call the cops. But then I call my dad, and probably as I'm calling my dad, my mom's trying to call me back, but I'm just, she's getting like a busy signal or whatever. But I call my dad and I say the same thing, like, I'm sorry, I just want you to know I love you, and I'm dying, and I just wanted you to know I love you before I die. And he's like, what are you talking about? I don't really remember all of it, but I just like, I gotta go, I love you, bye, and I hang up. And again, it's strange to think neither one called the cops. I don't think they did. Thankfully, they didn't. But so I go to then call my grandmother, who lives like a mile away, like literally a mile away, mile and a half tops. And I go to push the numbers on the phone, and I've been able to feel the energy coming off the phone, but this time it's like hurting my finger. It's like shocking me. But I end up dialing the number, and I put it up to my ear, and nothing happens. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I think I might have even done it a second time, and nothing happened. But I decided to quit at that point. If I would have called my grandmother, she absolutely would have called the police. She would have flipped out. Like, she might have even died from it. Like, that might have been enough to give her a heart attack. Like, that would have been horrible. Just a horrible thing. I'm so thankful that mental blocks, I don't even know what was happened. So I just kind of like dropped the phone, and I'm like, fuck this, I can't do it. And maybe even then I don't know, maybe I left it off the hook. I don't really know. It was a cordless phone. So you had to push the button to get the dial tone. You kids don't know about that. So I walk into my room, and it's just, the silence is so loud. And I had just been in this house having this party. There was music, there was people laughing, having a good time. There was like there always is. And now it's so silent. I can like hear my blinks, like blink. I can hear the sound of the blink bouncing back off the walls. It's so intense. And I go and I sit at the edge of my bed, and I just fall backwards, and I just go, and I gave up. It was just too much for me, and I gave up. I really hated watching TV when I was on acid, like the television itself, because it would always fade in and out. It was really weird. I don't know how to describe it, but like if I wasn't concentrating on it, it wouldn't sound right to me. But once I fell back, I found myself in this huge, dark space. And in front of me was, now mind you, this is 98, maybe 97, I don't know. There's no, I don't have the internet. I don't have know a damn thing about any sort of anything. Nothing. I believe in the 4th of July in America, and everything other than Christianity. I believe we went to the moon, all of it. The only thing the only thing that's not me is the Christians. But I don't know anything about Freemasonry or anything like that. I'm standing in front of what I later later recognize as the pyramid on the back of the $1 bill. But the lines for the bricks are like electric kind of blue neon lights. It's like energy. And there are lines coming in and out of it, like a Bill and Ted tube kind of thing, coming in and out of it from all over the place. And and I'm standing there looking at it, and I'm in awe of how huge it is. And it reminds me of the dream, when you're a kid and you're in the black room and the adults are yelling at you like this, and their fingertips are really huge, and you're like, it feels weird. You can feel the ridges in your fingertips. You know that dream. But I'm looking at it, and I know that what I'm looking at is what people think is God. But it's not like God by their definitions. And it's kind of like, almost like the room that the architect is in for the Matrix, with the TV screens everywhere. But the screens are instead in this pyramid shape, wrapped around, in this giant, huge pyramid. And I just, that's all that was my thing, was like, that's what people think God is. That thing that looks like a mainframe sort of advanced computer type of a system. What I now believe to be like the head mainframe that controls the production that we're in, the TV show that we're in, the ultimate reality show that we're in. Again, had no concept of or anything back then. And I just think that, and then I was sitting there and I just thought, okay, no, this isn't my time. And I went, and I leaned up and I came to. And I don't know if I had died. I don't know what had happened. But I was like I hadn't been breathing. And just at that time, apparently my mom and my dad had left their given locations at the same time. And mind you, they were a good 45 minutes out. So whatever took place happened, it was probably like, another 5 minutes, if that I, tried to use the phone after talking to them. The rest of the 45 minutes it would have taken them to get there was me in my room doing whatever that was. And I woke up and they were coming through the door, and I got up and I remember not feeling like me. Like my emotions were completely drained. And whereas I should have been like super apologetic and upset, and it was like there was just nothing there. I was just like blank. And they came in and I did say, oh, hey, guys, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Like, I'm okay now. And they were both really upset. But at the same time, I probably had eyes this big and looked like it. And so they, I go and they have me sit down, and I'm sitting in the living room, and my dad's just kind of sitting there, like, whatever, like, looking at me, just sort of disappointed. And my mom is yelling about something. And all of a sudden, I stood up, and I heaved, and a whole bunch of puke came into my mouth. And I just start walking into the bathroom. Now, the way it was set up was my room had a door, like the door was here to go back into my room, and then this was the hallway over here. And then right here there was a bathroom right next to my door, to my bedroom. And then in between, so there was a door to go out to the main hall, but then there was a door in between my room and the bathroom. And so I just sort of casually walked into the bathroom, and as I was lifting the toilet seat to puke into the toilet, another heave came out and just exploded out of my mouth, like as I'm lifting up the toilet seat. So it just splattered it just everywhere. And it just, whoa, just so much came out. Most of it got, a large portion of it got in the toilet, but so much of it was just spread everywhere. And I looked up at my mom and I said, well, they don't make cheeks like they used to. I got up, went through the bedroom door, went and like passed out face forward into my bed. And I don't know, I don't know what happened after that. Dad probably just left, but the next day I wake up and my mom is sitting out in the living room area having a cigarette and her coffee, and I can already smell it. The puke has not been cleaned up, and I walk out and I'm like, yeah, sorry about that. I guess I should probably go clean that up. And she's like, yeah, you should. And that was it. She was like, what could she do? Like, I was 17, 18, that power dynamic had long since shifted, and, she was a severe alcoholic, so the dynamics of the relationship just weren't what they should have been. And it was, it was almost looked at like, sounds like you. And my mom had no experience with acid, so she didn't know. She told me that one time somebody gave her mescaline. She had a headache at work, and somebody gave her mescaline. And before she knew it, her boss was talking to her, and some spiders started crawling out of his face. And she was like, I gotta get out of here. She had no idea what she was talking. What she, like, I can't imagine being dosed unexpectedly like that. But all that happened in one night. And now I'm this. And I didn't know what I was looking at. Like, it was years later telling that story to someone that I was like, oh yeah, you know what, it was like, well, because I never told anybody until it had come out. So for some reason I was talking about it like several years later, and I was trying to describe it, and I think there was a dollar bill sitting on the counter, and I was like, it looked like that. Holy shit, it looked like that. But still, this is long before I even think anything of like the symbolism behind the $1 bill. And, this is all stuff that we weren't doing yet. And it's strange to think
about that. Like, I am of the last generation that had the old school mentality, that was at the perfect age for that transition to where, you know, like there was no, you would hear things and you would question things, but there was no, the internet changed everything. The ability for you to look up a video that talks about stuff that you inherently know is true. You don't have to be told it. You're just watching the video going, yep, that's right. I know I've been lied to. I've been sitting in church getting talked to for years, and never once did I think, yep, that's right. I'm watching this and I think, yep, that's right. Like, it's crazy. But something happened. Something happened that day. Something changed. And to think, like, whatever, why would I have that vision? You know, and I was clearly, I had that vision for like at least 40 minutes or so. At least it could have been an hour for all I know. They were far away. You know, so, you know, and they had to like get dressed, and they had to, you know, it wasn't like it wasn't like they were cell phones, you know. These were, but it's you know, it was definitely something. And I maybe I was writing before that. I don't know. I know there were 2 times. It was either 2 or 3 times where I took 4 hits of acid and things changed. Things changed. But that time in particular, like, what a crazy set of circumstances. To literally think that the spirit of the Indian spirit of the Jim Morrison jumped into me, and then have that shit happen. And then to be writing, you know what else? Jim Morrison and Guy Williams have the same amount of letters. I'm just saying. Awake. Shake dreams from your hair, my pretty child, my sweet one. Choose the day. Choose the sign of your day, the day's divinity. The first thing we see. That was always my favorite Doors song. Where are the feasts we were promised? Indians scattered on dawn's highway wing. Ghosts crowd the young child's fragile eggshell mind. It's crazy though, cause Jim Morrison's songs are dumb. What the fuck do they mean? You know, they're not dumb. They're like too deep. You know, there are so many references to obscure literature and shit that you just, today especially, you don't know. I always try to think like I don't want to like date my pieces by using the latest slang. So I can't remember why. This really cool girl that I was in love with in 8th grade, she was my girlfriend, and it was the magic of puppy love, and then I moved, and everything nice has to be taken away from me. But I remember her telling me that, like, we were listening to some music or something, and this is the girl that, you know, knew about the B-52s before the B-50. Like, she was just the coolest girl. But she said something about cool shouldn't be used. She didn't want cool to be used in a song, because if cool was used in a song, it would ruin it or something. And I don't remember. I always
you know, I try not to use certain vernacular like that's cap, because that's cap won't be said in 10 years. And there's just a very small portion of the population that don't know what that means, and I don't want that to be, like, I want the songs to be universal. I want them to be timeless. Now, some of them, obviously, they're going to mention things like Trump or whatever, but those are meant to be, you know, now. But they can still be applied to any sort of future anything as well, because it's all the same shit anyway you slice it, right? Anyway, that's that story. It's been a struggle the whole fucking time, man. I'm so sick of struggle. Start to finish, so sick of struggle. Where are the feasts we were promised? I don't know. You know what's crazy is even things like in 100 years, maybe our songs will come back up and maybe then we'll be famous, whatever. But the songs won't exist in 100 years because of the way digital works. There is no physical record of any of it, right? It's all digital. So Facebook goes down, it is what it is. Like, it's strange. Definitely need hard copies of everything. Weird. Such a weird existence. I wish I could look at our shit and find the flaw. I wish I could be like, you know, yeah, I guess we're just not good enough. But I listen to us. When I'm not, you know, when I got shit going on and I feel like it's having some music in the background and I'm sick of all the other songs I've heard a gazillion times. You know, at one point, or at some point, it's like, yeah, you know, I've heard it all. I like listening to something that makes me think. My shit makes me think. I would love to hear it from another person's perspective. I would love to hear somebody break it down and break down every line and see if they pick up all the different metaphors and meanings. I'd love for somebody to break down one of my songs line by line for me and tell me what it means to them, what they think I'm talking about. Strange shit. Go get your free downloads. www.the-bilderberg-group.com. It's free. Free to listen to. Free to download. All you gotta do is put it in. And then enable the preferences, obviously. Let's see. Been a minute. Putin works. One of Charles's favorites. You guys want to hear Putin work? I like this song too.
Is this thing on?
Yo. Obviously not.
Gentlemen,
Almost.
welcome to the circus. Everything you see and hear is totally scripted. He who writes the narrative is he who rules the world. That was clever. Write that down. The truth is, it's imperative that the wearer of the crown thinks repairing never sounds like something worth overlooking. Through clarity, we found both wings are for our stupping. These kings are really crooks who bring about destruction. The scheme that cooks the books clings on completely out of touch. Then they scream about dysfunction. Yet they're disgusting, day and night. Their whole team is just a bust, and its combustion is delight. A must-win that's right in sight, if the black and white make gray. They're nothing when we fight their fright. Their dynamite's dismay is the type we put away when the play is truly seen. Like flying kites in rain,
good.
it may just be a dream, but the day we mend the seams, we cream these corny overseers. Believing TV screens just means you're born to serve the ears, since we're torn between our fears and what appears to be elation. The warning's in the mirror, so the tears should mean salvation. Because Putin's dropping bombs on children. Putin's dropping bombs on children. Children. Putin's dropping bombs on children. Putin's dropping bombs on children. Children. Putin's dropping bombs on children. Putin's dropping bombs on children. Children. Putin's dropping bombs on children. Somebody think of the children. I saw it on the news. You can't call it abuse. I'm not dancing around the truth. Advancement's not a ruse. The cancerous aloof choose the clues that they ignore. They drastically remove the proof that doesn't prove the score isn't music any more than it is manipulation. We're clueless to the core with a script including spacemen. We're bricks put in our place when we don't see the manipulation. Yet we're grapes made in the raisins if we fight their planned invasion. They feed us annotation, dangling vacation, prizes and amazing
Grapes made
gifts
into
if you
raisins.
comply, but that's how you know they lie, since the people steal the real. Those bitches switch their side to ensure they seal the deal. So if knowledge is the meal, then eat like you're an American. It doesn't matter how you feel, the rabbit always beats the terrapin.
Terrapin is a
Tragic that a
turtle.
pair can't win against the royal straight, but there's magic when the suits are skinned and we flush out the hate. Putin's dropping bombs on children. Putin's dropping bombs on children.
Good luck getting that out of your head.
Putin's dropping bombs on children. Putin's dropping bombs on. Putin's dropping bombs on. Putin's dropping bombs on children. Oh, somebody think of the children.
It's a good one. That makes you happy, doesn't it?
What we have here is a failure to communicate. I know I'm crazy. I feel crazy. But if that was my intention, why wouldn't I just mention how I'm not on the fence and I believe in Jesus? I could easily succeed with selling you the pieces if you wholly believe this fairy tale is true. Since it's easy to fool the fool who thinks it's really cool to follow every rule and to censor what they're scared of. Those who look above are the fingers in the glove, like thinking all we need is love. That don't make no sense. There is no evidence, no reason their defense is Clark among
So
the cats,
good.
but it's a super manifesto. The sheep refuse to let go.
Thank you,
And
man.
selling them a mess holds no challenge to the best, so I
Mary's
be a
just crazy,
rival.
right?
Like selling candy to a child. If I only wanted smiles, I wouldn't spread denial, and I'd be just another you. Reconnect. Trying to reconnect. We're trying to reconnect. How do we reconnect? Why do we have to reconnect? Why do we have to reconnect? Why do we have to reconnect? Why can't we reconnect? Why do we have to reconnect? Verse 2, what should I do? Should I puncture the structure and continue to prove how I'm the dude whose truth is the answer? Removing excuses I choose to advance for damning the cancer that has your salvation. Flexing their hand for their domination. Removing the chancellors, branded the safe men. Exposing the handlers' demand for their place and how their invasion stays in the darkness. What could be amazing is brazen in hearts. We're crocs among caimans, crossbred with sharks with lasers and fake fins, making the hardest level of harness. Wicked wicked intent. Our genes are retarded, our energy spent on paying the rent. We're sent through the ringer, seeking adventure. We're meant to be singers of anthems and things you're just supposed to accept. But you give them the finger, each mold you reject. Trying to reconnect.
Yes.
We're trying to
Yes.
reconnect. How do we reconnect?
So good. It's just so good.
Why do we have to reconnect?
And it'd be like, all the world is obvious. I'm just another puppet.
Why do we
Good.
have to reconnect?
It's good to feel that way because then you can change it. Until you feel that way, you continue to be that way.
Verse 3, let's see. Where can it be? What can I do? Who's really free? The lies and deceit.
You should hear it with
Failure, supplying
headphones.
the beef.
With headphones, it's a whole different experience.
Killers, cheapest affections. We easily sail toward deleted directions, meaning infections, detections not needed when our team's comprehension's been lessened and seeded through memes and aggression. If henchmen aren't agreed with, then seems full of tension, put dents in the depleted. This stench then secreted is mentioned like Jesus rose from the dead, and instead of a speed stick, he led with the disease dick, dripping easily. The Fed just repeated, thinking they freely believe what is easily seen. We're seasoned and cheesy, no wonder we joke.
Jesus. Come on, you tell me somebody's better than that. Can't imagine what it's like in Charles's head.
First and foremost, how do they pass the physical requirements to graduate the class that hands out their sense of entitlement, since their inches seem like miles when engaged in pissing contests? They arrogantly smile, then they tell you, just be honest, and you help us, then our conference might work out in your favor. But you believe in nonsense if you think Popeye the Sailor wasn't juicing every day for those gains he couldn't achieve without throwing out that claymore he had hidden up his sleeve. And like how every cop's a seed that's eventually going to blossom when you take care of a weed, even that can be quite awesome. Yet not every top's a bottom, and most closets aren't too clean. It often seems these roots are rotten. Maybe that's why they're so mean, since each and every scene could fill an encyclopedia. If you're willing to look between your government and the media, you'll see what the Fed keeps feeding ya is as desperate as that last line, which you'll only see when reading the words like it's a pastime. If you have nothing to hide, you have no need to worry. Isn't that what they tell us? You're a part of the crime when you don't report it. Isn't that what
If I had
they
headphones
tell
on, you wouldn't hear
us?
it.
It's illegal to lie and to make up a story. Isn't that what they tell us? So why is there pride in the absence of glory? Tell them what they've been telling us.
Good gravy, this
They
shit's
are
good.
all bad cops, despite what they may say. Qualified immunity needs to stop, since it's just another way. The game we're forced to play is rigged against us goy. Their black and white is gray, and the tactics they employ affect every girl and boy. So why aren't they more accountable? Like, why don't they get more joy out of outing their fellow constables who think they can discount the rules when they are who is breaking them? Their actions amount to fools. Captain saving all his lady friends like balls thrown at Tom Brady's end. They rob us of our liberties.
Rob
Calling
Gronkowski.
out the shady sends the brightest of the misery, since it's almost like it's wizardry or a simple sleight of hand. How these hippos physically meet the physical demand when they have to do more than just stand there while an officer breaks the law. Like them towards us, I see a band where together they should fall. And if the truth makes you feel small and somehow hurts your pride, remember, standing tall means you have nothing to hide. Right? If you have nothing to hide, you have no need to worry. Isn't that what they tell us? You're a part of the crime when you don't report it. Isn't that what they tell us? It's illegal to lie and to make up a story. Isn't that what they tell us?
Thanks, Chad.
So why is there pride in the
Go get the
absence
free
of
download.
glory? Tell them what they've been telling us. The last thing most of us want is to get pulled over. But heroes like Jay Surreal, Direct D, and or any other auditor who puts their lives on the line simply to hold these cops, the machine, accountable deserves your respect and support. The fact Direct D has zero support from cops while the machine destroys the Constitution trying to shut him down for doing the job they are too scared to do, since he's only trying to expose the bad pigs while highlighting the good ones, proves how they are all bad cops and will do whatever it takes to protect each other. Please, you should always film your interaction with them. They are legally allowed to lie to you and are never on your side. If you have
Awesome.
nothing to hide,
Cool, Chad.
you have no need to worry.
Hope you enjoy it.
Right, officer?
You should have access to everything. All you have to do when you click download, it'll ask you how much you want to pay. Click 0 and it's free. Make sure you get all the different albums and such.
Protect and serve. Protect and serve. Protect and serve. At best, the Russia-Ukraine thing has been going on since February.
Here, this is a song that Charles wrote.
Appear, wonder, look like, find the water, the infinite mirror. Hold on, tree, shaping makes sense, as well as movement, the hands gently pushing, like the flow, like a flower, telling you stories while seeing it all. Space has its own language, no understanding of time. A concept that made us. Speed, worm, in a hole. Ignore the ring, ignore the ringing. Tiny confessions, abundant and sore. Cutting through layers of thin lines, intersecting the insect. All wonder, my heart longs for.
He's so weird. I have no idea what that's about. Just sat in the closet and recorded it. You know, Alice hated flow.
Here's a simple question. Why aren't they puffing out their chests saying, bragging they're the best when they've done all this before? According to the pressmen, using a scientific test then, injecting with infection, they've already won this war. It's simply nothing more than a typical bait and switch. They started racking up the score, and the swine flu of 76 was given such a kick, it up and disappeared. There's no need for silly tricks. The stick should be revered. The government always bragging about everything they do. The stories told are staggering, affecting how you move, but like how one and one vivid. Since the beginning of the pandemic, they've talked of Spanish flu, using the that they always seem to use when they want the people headed in the direction that they use. They hit us with anti-sentiments that leave the goy confused. Effectively removed, or as the youngsters say, they cancel, using a more than ample vaccination program. So it makes no sense that our rock channels keep playing 30s slow jams. government always bragging about everything they do. The stories told are staggering, affecting how you move, but like how 1 and 1 is 2. The answer is easily seen if you just accept the truth that you're living a dream. Living a dream. If I said I had the answer and I could fix your issue, but if I'm to cure your cancer, you have to trust that I have been through so much as a kid. My window lets me now see the truth more than my recent wins prove how I'm no better than my youth. Would you be as quick to shoot the dope that I provide you if the truth was I've been mute about when and how we're lied to? If you knew you might just die, who would still be willing to take the risk? If I couldn't be held liable, would you still want to kiss my grits?
Would you still want to kiss my grits? God, I'm a nutbag. So beautiful, man. He's so good at what he does. Like, I could skip the song and go to the next one, but I like the fucking music. The next song is one of my favorites. This one's one of my favorites.
I'm all about equality, but we are not the same. Stop forcing women's stuff on me. Force only leads to shame. And if life is just a game, then let's look at it as such. Taking Roman by the reins means your character has the punch. You've seen him do so much. So many things you just can't do. You know he doesn't suck like you. No red isn't blue, since it's obvious to you and to anyone who sees it that when pulling off his moves, it really helps to have a penis. It doesn't take a genius hitting you with frisbees to see the butthead that is Beavis or that the spinning makes you dizzy. So then why are we so silly when it comes to women's rights? You can't claim a loss of chivalry when all you want to do is fight. Women are the best. Women rule the world. Women should progress to being women, not just girls. See, women are the pearls in this clammy life we lead. As men, we're simply squirrels chasing nuts to feed the breed. Feed the breed. Feed the breed. Feed the breed. Chasing nuts to feed the breed. Feed the breed. Feed the breed. We chase them nuts to feed the breed. Ronda Rousey is lousy. She's always been overrated. Watching her makes me drowsy, like I'm unwillingly sedated. Her presentation is just so basic, her promo skills are lacking. It's like she's flying in a spaceship whose foundation keeps on cracking. But she clearly has the backing of the men who are in charge. Which is why no one is asking why her goofy head's so large. She's like a sailboat to a barge. She may think she's like Brock Lesnar, but she only has her star because Vince McMahon lets her. Women are the best. Women rule the world. Women should progress to being women, not just girls. See, women are the pearls in this clammy life we lead. As men, we're simply squirrels chasing nuts to feed the breed. Feed the breed. Feed the breed. Feed the breed. Chasing nuts to feed the breed. Feed the breed. Feed the breed. We chase them nuts to feed the breed. Doing manly things doesn't make you more of a woman. And if that knowledge kind of stings, well, that's equality pudding. When a man's not really good and isn't the best of the herd, no one cares who should win. They just toss him to the curb. No one says what he deserves. We simply tell it like it is. He's judged on his body of work, not his body while naked. And so the truth then that we're faced with makes color out of gray. Women should be sacred, like dudes kissing is gay. Trademark. Women are the best.
Watching Ronda Rousey makes me constipated. Shouldn't this song be a huge song in the wrestling world? So many wrestling fans should like this song. Feed the breed.
Feed the breed. Feed the breed.
Take them nuts to feed the breed. I'm gonna switch albums here. I'm gonna go to, let's see. Let's see, this one, I remember.
There's a storm on the horizon. Don't be surprised when it rains on you. I see a storm on the horizon. I'll say goodbye, then the game concludes.
Good stuff.
If cleanliness is next to godliness, I must admit, I'm human. You're too controlling, always scolding for not holding hands. You stand in the way of the future. Riding my scooter, you try to prove your weight's the heaviest. I try to steady this broom and keeping sand from passing time. Believe in your plan. I'm laughing. Squeezing the lines while changing their worth. Bleeding the vines, teasing you jerk. All of the hurt I wear on my shirt. Pulling my skirt right over my head. Exploiting my birth while breaking my bread. You're taking instead of making me stay. It's raining all red. Remember today. Hey, Mr. Watson, leave me alone. I'm not at home, and I don't live here anymore. Hey, Mr. Watson, leave me alone. Although I'm home, I don't want to live here anymore, Mr. Watson. I wonder if you'll heed the warning, or will you just proceed ignoring the subtle pouring, storming from my vessel's vista view? I missed the cue, putting you in charge. I wish your pew was not so large, sifting through the deck of cards. You flip to prove your neck is hard. Your shard's the sharpest, you can't learn. It's your spin regardless if it's your turn. I twist and burn to fit your mold. I hit return, shift and hold. Why? Like I don't know the answer. Like Dasher and Dancer prance on my roof. My stance is aloof, avoiding the proof. If I am the truth, I'm the skeptic holding me back as well. My swell is enormous, I'm shoreless. Foxy, please, the chorus. Hey, Mr. Watson, leave me alone. I'm not at home, and I don't live here anymore. Hey, Mr. Watson, leave me alone. Although I'm home, I don't want to live here anymore, Mr. Watson.
Alright, I gotta help my wife bring in some groceries real quick, so you guys can just listen for a minute, I guess. I'll be right back.
at it, I was touching kids. How long before the badges would come kicking in my lid? What kind of holy magic would excuse the things I did or the emails that I blasted with code words known to fibs? Would you look at all my static and just as quick forgive if I proudly wasn't Catholic or some other silly rib? Would you finally call it tragic if I didn't conveniently live in a city where the standards say the guilty should be hid? Those voted into cabinets more than like to slip their bone that's beyond plastic, a fleshy colored stick. While it always rains on Travis, the umbrella's grip comes only in left-handed. The right is turning tricks. Their method's considered classic, but the internet still lifts their outreach to the planet. It's all in the documents. For if this leaves you feeling static, it's because you must admit kids are like a powerful magnet, attractive only to the sick. Comment. You'll make your children scream. Comment. Don't buy that ping pong thing. Comment. You'll gag and vomit. So go to comment and stomp it today. But back to the top. To the question I asked, would death by cop touch someone half black? As quick as the kettle drops the card when called that? Burning the crops while destroying the facts? Would metaphors prop up pics of the past, showing the lopsided of a first class? The government mop that cleans up when the glass of milk finally flops, and though only filled halfway, it's a chop to the back of the calf. That hop is the hop of those who laugh last. Connecting the dots, would you actually ask, why do Jaegers say gots when they're supposed to say has? Who's tying the knots? What's holding us back? How come the have-nots seem to have Heather Flack? If my wings call the shots, it's time turtles attack. Where do shredders stop when the pizza's trapped?
So, if you just heard that, recently, people have been talking about how the Ninja Turtles is a metaphor for, you know, lizards eating pizza underground. This song is from 2017, maybe? Did you just hear that reference?
Who's tying the knots? What's holding us back? How come the have-nots seem to have Heather Flack? If my wings call the shots, it's time turtles attack. Where do shredders stop when the pizza's trapped?
If you heard this with headphones, you'd be like, oh my god.
Comment. Will make your children scream. Comment. Don't buy that ping pong thing. Comment. You'll gag and vomit. So go to comment and stomp it today. Why aren't we required to research a crime when those who conspired are pros in the lime? Light and their tires all covered in grime are clean that
This isn't
admired
like hip
once
hop.
there's
What do you
been
call
enough
that?
time.
That's just
For the best
music.
Jewish
That's
writers
just
to
art.
deliver a dime, then the blame goes to fires or maybe pipelines. Or
It's not
disease or
hip-hop.
desire is played by the 9 or 10 o'clock flyers working for fines. Reading the wire, they lurk in the pines, the hurts undercover but see between lines. Podesta and brother have the Clintons behind. They're no curse after mother, it's children they find, who's bred to be wonder, whose blood tastes like wine. Let no man put asunder, try to redefine my word coming under these damaging rhymes.
has it always
And since
been that way,
lightning and
then?
thunder are
Or is this
nothing
new?
divine, comet can't plunder when the
Oh, well,
stars
it's
aren't aligned.
17th? Got a year. In a year you can. I support you. Everything you do, and in a year you can make that decision.
Make your children scream. Comet. Don't buy that ping pong thing. Comet.
There's nothing on the photo.
Gag and
Straight how it is.
vomit.
Let me tell you.
So go to comment.
He was kind of loving me the one time I tried.
Today. If you think Pizzagate is just another scandal, look up Ted Gunderson. Former FBI chief Ted Gunderson. Look up the Franklin cover-up, the 80s version of Pizzagate. Because with everything that's happening all over this planet, chemtrails, GMOs, all that stuff, what's happening to the children behind closed doors, from people that are sworn to protect them, from people that we're supposed to hold at a higher standard than anybody else. If you can just overlook that and continue believing what you believe and giving your 10%, maybe you're the problem.
This next song, the guy that I was talking about earlier, Luis. This song's actually about him. I'll give you that one. This is a douchebag.
Ever watch TV and pretend those are your houses? Well, I don't even sleep unless my batter's in my mouth. It's kind of like I count this as part of my routine. First I double my amounts, which is gravy on poutine. Then I'm stuck doing things that common only read about while thumbing through rich magazines. Your fattest needs to feed the cow. Where your head's filled with doubt, I take lots of selfies, me and all my favorite fellas see. The best life has to sell you free, pleasing the world, passing out pearls, leaving people jealous. Be more than overzealous, we are equal, so they tell us. Tee up every ball, smack them all, way past the last and sell it as seed. What I'm told to believe, I spread with my love. My seed's healthy. Call my bluff. For when push comes, I shove. I have the first and last laugh. I'm privy, my cup drips more than you'll have. Me? I'm privy to the best. See? I'm giving nothing less. Whether chilling in the west or living on the east, hotels are where I nest. My office is the beat. When I'm walking down the street, everybody knows my name. Where the rest of you compete, I'm the running game.
About Happy Power. For all the parents out there.
If not for happy accidents, there would be no people. If nature didn't stack the deck, erecting mighty steeples, that when the lines all intersect, the feeling has no equal. If Debbie just quit having sex, we wouldn't have the sequels.
Oh my god, that's so great.
I hate how much I hate having kids. The guilt and the worries enough to submit the toughest of grips one may have on their sanity. It sucks when you wish you aborted your plan to be more of a man than 3 generations before you. Ignoring the standards redemption is worn through when it feels like they were born to spill all your milk. Then look at you like your move, your pinball goes tilt. They kick out your stilts, then laugh when you fall. They destroy what you've built and stab at your wall. You made to be tall to protect your dysfunction. How can something so small cause so much destruction? The product of lust and a night of not thinking. A condom might bust, then your lifeboat starts sinking. It's nice when it starts linking, love and all that, but the biggest part's drinking. If not for that fact, I bet there'd be half of the people we see. If we had to pass a class, none of us would be seen as worthy to copy our copy. Our kids are so blurry, we've all become proxy to something we're stopping before it begins. Tell your butcher, start chopping. Don't stop till you're in the back of my shins. Pull it all out. I don't want just a trim. Leave me with no doubt. No seeds left to sprout. No more morning after. after you wake up, look around and explore the disaster, you did not make a bastard with there's no Maury. Their absence of laughter sounds great in the morning. And those of you adorning disgust at my honesty, your people's so corny. You pop off at a comedy show where you obviously should STFU. And singles don't bother me. You have less than a clue. If not for happy accidents, there would be no people. If nature didn't stack the deck, erecting mighty steeples, that when the lines all intersect, the feeling has no equal. If Debbie just quit having sex, we wouldn't have the sequel.
That's so cute. You know, because Debbie does Dallas.
We love you guys. TBG, baby. TBG.
See, for me to like pick the best ones, it's so hard to do. Cause I just love them all. Some more than that, I guess. But like this next one is so great. This next one is probably one of my
You can get mad all
favorite.
you want. The Brooks story, the Blake story, they take away from George Floyd. And stories like this one, which have strangely disappeared. Who makes that decision? Let's pretend some huge Gentile punched the shits up in the face. Would the news still try to profile the victim as disgraced? Someone who's out of place and might just be a bit deserving, since she didn't just walk away and simply kept returning to the scene because the warning has been long heard loud and clear. They can keep black people mourning while keeping whites in fear. And if you dare to call it weird and refuse their propaganda, they'll make your story disappear like the last word in this
Stanza.
We done said it before, a man would be famous. Now we're forced to explore how it's even more dangerous when you're talking to strangers who talk out of their anus. Using the news. It's time for the changes. Crime is while they hang us. It's all a big ruse. One story engages, the other subdues. But if you see the clues, ask where did she go? Shatina's the proof. They control what we know. Control what we know. It's all a big show. They control what we know. Control what we know. So where did she go? They control what we know. Shatina Grady L. was on Fox Ruse with Charlie Langton. And while she was given hell, that well ambushed her like plankton. He was nothing but a hangman to the unsuspecting victim. I watched it screaming, dang man, who in their right mind picks him? Whose disgusting vision has that pig as the lead? He's just a weekend minion. He must suck while on his knees, but he deserves to bleed. Someone punch his stupid face, then ask if his racist beliefs should be the story that we chase. We done said it before, a man would be famous. Now we're forced to explore how it's even more dangerous when you're talking to strangers who talk out of their anus, abusing the news. It's time for the changes. Crime is while they hang us. It's all a big ruse. One story engages, the other subdues. But if you see the clues, ask where did she go? Shatina's the proof. They control what we know. Control what we know. It's all a big show. They control what we know. Control what we know. So where did she go? They control what we know.
I love this song.
The Grady L's should be commended. We know what happens in this country when the story that's presented doesn't make the chosen comfy. They simply turn it into something that blows out the whistleblower, or they ignore it into nothing and just pull the pistol slower.
They whip us into poster children, begging for their presence. Delirious son, Oprah women should be better represented, but their honor's not defended. Cops can punch them in the face, and our system led by men let society fall from grace.
They don't know what they're doing either. They're trying to get in the plastic bag.
What you doing this night?
We done said it before, a man would be famous. Now we're forced to explore how it's even more dangerous when you're talking to strangers who talk out of their anus, abusing the news. It's time for the changes. Prime is while they hang us. It's all a big root. One story engages, the other subdues. But if you see the clues, ask where did she go? Shatina's the proof they control what we know. Control what we know. It's all a big show. They control what we know. Control what we know. So where did she go? They control what we know.
I love how he changes the song so many different times. Can you imagine being in that dude's head? No, he's insane. Such an amazing way. And then the next song is inspired by trolls. Gotta love those ones.
TVG would like to offer a truce. And since the video and imitation have us completely flattered, we hope those Build-A-Bears and Chubs appreciate our impressions and the beautiful art they've inspired. Thank you so much for all your TBG promotion. It's just too bad you pedophiles. The monkey claims his name's Bill Bowman, but me and Goyim know him as Limp Bizkit. He's like the leader of the slow, and he really is a dipshit. More than your average nitwit. To not get caught, they must be smart. But only pedos whip their dick out. It's been obvious from the start. And these clown shoes only play their part when and if you challenge their thing. Those who hold you pedos card are sure to feel their scared sting. Since no Goyim dares to sing a song that isn't them, the offense that you unfairly bring defends your true intent.
You'd rather lobsters on your piano than Mr. Krabs upon your...
Wouldn't it be great if I actually had like a real singer to sing this?
You look like logic to a Mormon. See, you are nothing more than a tiny inconvenience. TBG had the high score when you showed off your micro penis.
Lion Wallace
Used to cry on my live feed every day. What a song about me, gay. What does everyone say I'm gay? It's just that everything you say is like I'm speaking using your voice. So do I love you in a way these silly Christians call poor choice? Which is weird because I'm sure boys are what eat rooms. And there is no fucking cure, boys. We need to bring the doom to anyone whose mushroom head grows when courting kids. T10,000 should consume instead 10,000 bags of dicks. You'd rather lobsters on your piano than Mr. Krabs upon your organ. If I give you all your ammo, you look like logic to a Mormon. See, you are nothing more than a tiny inconvenience. TBG had the high score when you showed off your micro penis. Beard doesn't get a first. Neither does Scott Mitchell. Those pedos games are nothing worse than an annoying little itch you'll easily blow the whistle on. Why are they even here? They're nothing more than simple pawns
the first to disappear. But again, it's really weird when you're someone that's against me. If we fight the things we fear and attack the things we disagree, with your lonely misery, you'll never have my company. You'll die from hate-filled bigotry when King Goyim runs this country. And when Team Goyim runs this piece, you will cease. America, KKK, whatever it is. I think you guys forgot that I have the microphone.
So stupid. I love those Charles. I love whenever I can get Charles to be on a song. He doesn't like to, but I like him too, so I try to get him to all the time. Alright. I'm gonna play you 2 more and then I'm out of here. Hey, we got another like. Thank you. Don't forget to get your free download, guys. If this sounds any bit good to you, go get it for free. Share it with your peeps. That's all we ask. When you click download, it'll ask you how much you want to pay for it. Click 0 when it's free, or donate. It's always cool.
Let TBG present the story that's totally not a metaphor. Third official category is sold to the Goy like Betty Ford's, a place where well-known pedo score and Goyim disappear. Like CPS, the brain dead ignore the truth based on the beer. Scoop on your peers through manufactured news. The story may seem weird, but following the clues, you'll see Goy Nachio's abuse and you'll blindly be persuaded. Yet if something I said isn't true, wanna be debated. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. I wanna be debated. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. You already are sedated. So Geppetto is a story, a tall tale, nothing more, that celebrates the glory of Goy Nachio's allure and an energy so pure Geppetto tries to steer Goy Nachio to whore and to only see and hear Geppetto and revere the word he doth produce. Yet making sure it wasn't clear, the total lack of proof comes across as I am Groot, so the meaning's never stated. And if all that makes sense to you, I want to be debated. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. I want to be debated. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. We already are sedated. Let's say for the ease of our story, we go from 9 to 4. Their names are prime for shortening, so the Jew and the Goy are sure to get the message to the poor. Since the lesson still appears, and with the Jew behind the door, the Goy can't see the spears. Awaiting his years pass as the Goy intrudes, until the door opens, the tears are hidden by the Jew. And once he thinks he'll be removed, the Goy then gets sedated. The puppet master holds the truth. That just can't be debated. TBG, baby. Master. Those trouble-making TBGers. Telling stories and stuff. Woo! Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 ow! I wanna beat it. Bam, 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 bam.
would totally think that we're in the same room together. You wouldn't think I'm recording all of that shit in a closet by myself in the quiet. And then he builds the song around it. It just fits so perfectly. That's why it fits. Mr. Balloon Hands. Which one is this? I don't remember which one this is.
Your silly boyfriend is not my problem. Your shit employment is not my problem. Where your life is going is not my problem, but you're so annoying, and that's a problem. Your procession is solemn if you want it to be. Like Tetris to columns, you originally came up with your GAME game. If you fall frequently, it's because you are lame. Or is all the shame a stain we are given? Disguising the flame, they aim
I
for
didn't
the
want to play
children
this song. This
who
one
live
just
in
came
the
up, and I was
buildings
like,
built
oh,
by
let's
their
see what it
parents.
says.
Graves need refilling, apartments need tenants. We pay for their penance and seek their repairs. We live our life sentence and try to compare how you had more shares, so you must be awesome. But you're not my chair, therefore not my problem. Not my chair, not my problem. Why do you share?
You guys recognize the Not My Chair, Not My Problem?
It's not fair. My involvement, but it's not my chair, so it's not my problem. Not
Mr.
my
Balloon
chair,
Hands.
not my problem.
Fiddlist.
Why do you share? I can't solve them. No, it's not fair. My involvement, but it's not my chair.
This one isn't the best. It's still good. At least in my mind, you might like it, and that'd be cool. See, that's why I don't like saying it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Who's this guy? Mr. Balloon Hands. The fiddlist. The fiddlist. You got this kid back here going crazy. No way. No way. Not me. No how. No way. Not my chair. Not my problem. T. B. G.
Okay, so you want to hear the one that's like, we'll go with more of like a self-introspection one. Instead of me looking at the other world around me, this one's more about me, right? Next one. Why can't you so good at talking about other people? What about you? Okay, here.
Why am I so pathetic? Why must I always lose? Why does it seem I'm always headed down the path to be abused? Why am I so confused? Why can't I just believe? Why does everything I use take everything from me? Why don't I simply see why I can't answer questions? Why does everything that's free cost more than what was mentioned? Why won't I learn my lessons? Why is life so hard? Why is just not addressing the who deals the cards? No questions, no answers, it's simple. We're best when we challenge their info. Their mess and their cancer will kill folk. Who happen to cancel their billfold. No questions, no answers, it's simple. We're best when we challenge their info. Their mess and their cancer will kill folk who happen to cancel their billfold. Who do you think you are? Who do you hold dear? Who are the chosen? signs are showing? Who is in control? Who draws the line you're always told? Providing you your goals. Who can sell you coal? Who turns it into diamonds? Who sells us lies like rocks and gold? The how is how we find them.
The setup in this shit is so good. Who wrote this shit?
Answers, it's simple. We're best when we challenge their info. Their mess and their cancer will kill foes. Hop in to cancel their billfold. No questions, no answers, it's simple. We're best when we challenge their info. Their mess and their cancer will kill folks who happen to cancel their billfold. How are things so messed up? How did the laws get passed? How did all these chosen fucks rewrite our future past? How did we make class? How is never too soon? How did we get our monkey asses up there on the moon? How did we not go boom? How did we lose the proof? How do you still consume such rotten apple fruit? How can bring the truth? How come you won't let it? How is Goyim rocket fuel? Silence is unleaded.
So good.
I don't even want to stop listening.
Ready.
Yeah, baby. You don't want 10% of God's help, do you? You want 100%, right? Haha, yeah. Pass the C. Go ahead and pass that plate around. Welcome to the TBG Tabernacle Synagogue of Holy Siddhartha, where we guarantee you are going to die. If I was pushing Jesus, I would be world famous. It's much easier herding sheep with their lips upon your anus, but what should have been deleted now pays charlatans to shame us. You have to only be conceited to push something so damn dangerous. It's strange that such nonsense holds favor. The game is a bust, an obvious failure. That I finally tailored my story to match. You'd then happily pay for the diamonds I snatch off African backs so they make my fingers shiny. Fall through the cracks while I try redefining all of the whining and privately wishing, yet me towing the line brings thanks for my giving. See, selling losers that they're winning by accepting their submission only proves that truly sinning is blessing the vision that in God's humble opinion, only second-class cattle. Since those calling you Goyim are those who send you into battle.
It's your mama.
Blame Jesus. When your day's not going too well, blame Jesus. You're not going to hell. You give all you pay. Why you constantly pray? Why don't you hear the bell? Blame Jesus. Blame Jesus. With Jesus. If I promised I could save you, but use no fairy tales, you call it a gay move since you believe females shouldn't read emails or books or even words. And if I sold you that retail, you'd buy every hateful verse. Since their voodoo only works if the fool accepts it does. If the truth is never hurt, then you're lying just because. If he really was a liar, then now must be on vacation. You live with such a buzz, you must believe in space, man. Controlling information means a lesson needs force. You make drunk and happy slaves when you distract them using sports. While you map out every course and influence every outcome, you must only lack remorse if you're keeping the devout dumb. If you think you know about nuns and clergy and the like, ask yourself, who goes without some afternoon delight? or any day or night, and what makes their quest divine. Would you ever learn to fight from someone who's 0-9? Blind Jesus, when your day's not
I'm gonna play this one, and then I'm gonna play this other version. You guys tell me which one you like better.
When your life is going to hell, you give all you pay. Why you constantly pray? Why don't you hear the bell? Blame Jesus.
You don't wanna listen to me.
Blame Jesus.
I do like this version.
So after some deliberation, you should send us money. We can call it a donation. I'm not trying to be funny. See, I've accepted Sonny died across the bridge. And like Michael Corleone, it's time to kiss the kid. See, underneath my lid, there lives careful calculation. And if I'm only talking shit, then recycled sanitation can really get you paid when you sell it to the marks, who then call it fertilization and spread it around their parks. Their drones now spray us after dark. That way they make sure we're asleep. When you only swim with sharks, it's best you're not a sheep. Yet if the codes they use are cheap, why are they in the game? It's your fault you don't compete, since you could do the same. And with that, I drop the shame. I now sell what you want sold. God's the new cocaine, and I have it by the buttload. And since you've all been told to keep your head down in the sand, your ass is so exposed that it's time to kick the can.
Jesus Christ. So much fucking... So many doubles and triples in there.
Don't forget
You
to
hear
grab
him?
your
Or
daily
is this me?
affirmation every day between 7:30 and 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. www.facebook.com/The Bilderberg Group Official. It's a live feed, and we're here for you.
I know I'm new, but this is my favorite live so far. Well, I appreciate it. I wish there was more like you. Gotta love the chase bells. Okay, so tell me which one you like better. This is the other version.
Yeah, baby. You don't want 10% of God's help, do you? You want 100%, right? Haha, yeah. Pastor C, go ahead and pass that plate around. Welcome to the TBG Tabernacle Synagogue of Holy Siddhartha, where we
looking for your
guarantee
opinions.
you are going to die. If I was pushing Jesus, I would be world famous. It's much easier herding sheep with their lips upon your anus, but what should have been deleted now pays charlatans to shame us. You have to only be conceited to push something so damn dangerous. It's strange that such nonsense holds favor. The game is a bust, an obvious failure. That if I only tailored my story to match, you'd then happily pay for the diamonds I snatch off African backs so they make my fingers shiny. But I fall through the cracks while I try redefining all of the whining and crybaby brings. Thanks for my see selling mission only proves that truly sinning is the sheep blessing the vision that in God's humble opinion we're only second-class cattle, since those calling you Goyim are those who send you into battle. Blame Jesus when your day's not going well. Blame Jesus when your life is going to hell. You give all your pay, why you constantly pray? Why don't you hear the bell? Blame Jesus. Blame Jesus. If I I promised I could save you, but use no fairy tales. You call it a gay move since you believe females shouldn't read emails or books or even words. And if I sold you that retail, you'd buy every hateful verse, since their voodoo only works if the fool accepts it does. If the truth is never hurt, then you're lying just because. If he really was and now must be on vacation, you live with such a buzz, you must believe in space, man. Controlling information means a lessened need for force. You make drunk and happy slaves when you distract them using sports. While you map out every course and influence every outcome, you must only lack remorse if you're keeping the devout dumb. If you think you know about nuns and clergy and the like, ask yourself who goes without some afternoon delight or any day or night, and what makes their quest divine. Would you ever learn to fight from someone who's 0 and 9? Blame Jesus when your day's not going well. Blame Jesus when your life is going to hell. You give all you pay while you constantly pray. I need to change the things itself. Blame Jesus. Blame Jesus. So after some deliberation, you should send us money. We can call it a donation. I'm not trying to be funny. See, I've accepted Sonny died across the bridge. And like Michael Corleone, it's time to kiss the kid. See, underneath my lid, there lives careful calculation. And if I'm only talking shit, then recycled sanitation can really get you paid when you sell it to the marks, who then call it fertilization and spread it around their parks. Their drones now spray us after dark. That way they make sure we're asleep. When you only swim with sharks, it's best you're not a sheep. Yet if the codes they use are cheap, why are they in the game? It's your fault you don't compete, since you could do the same. And with that, I drop the shame. I now sell what you want sold. God's the new cocaine, and I have it by the buttload. And since you've all been told to keep your head down in the sand, your ass is so exposed that it's time to kick the can.
Good gravy.
Don't forget to grab your daily affirmation every day between 7:30 and 8 a.m.
Which one did you think was better? How about this? This next song is really good, though.
Real quick.
This is one of my favorites.
Let me ask you
Absolute
this.
favorites.
If I had gotten busted selling and manufacturing methamphetamines within 4 school districts, would you accept the fact that I got no jail time? Would you? Would you really? I doubt it. Doofus is calling, Doofus is calling. Doofus is calling, Doofus is calling. I can never say thank you enough. You know not what you mean to me. Though I've dealt with the likes of Keiko and such, these robots come so frequently. You think they love my frequency, while they constantly promise they don't. They're hoping that the meat can't see they will all of our won'ts. But you're the antidote. You help cure their disease. Sharing my witty anecdotes will rise up from our knees. But I only plant the seeds. It's you who makes them grow. I do just another nothing feed if you choose not to show. See, if you don't make it go, it only goes nowhere. Bro, stop saying bro. Dysfunction's like mohair. And I know I always go there, but that suit no longer suits me. I'm a modern day Voltaire. I see religion as a movie that we should all profusely demand is kept from children. How do you not see how obtusely they shape the world we build when everyone is killed? Then who's left might pay attention when the scripts won't be refilled and we're locked in the detention camps they always mention when the latest virus hits. That's when they keep the best inventions for themselves, yet little bits trickle out as gifts given by the gods. They sell us their spaceships and the marks just watch and nod. But you break from the pod, you do what you're not supposed to. You are not retard who's now happier than the herd who always catch the bird flu since they're weak just like their mind. They don't focus on the words, but you fight choosing being blind. And since I ask you all the time to please think for yourself, you find it more than out of line that the doofus wasn't dealt the hand so often felt by those not in the system. I'd say it's time for Dad to grab the belt, but I think he likes the Pistons. And anyone with visions that's a knock on being gay, you lack the proper wisdom to see the 50 Shades of Grey. Always on display, it's almost never black and white, but he'd be happy in a way that he'd no longer need to fight. So what? He lacks the height and has the shoes too small to fill. If he accepted himself, he might no longer get the thrill forever trying to spill the milk he always cries for. I'm sorry, dude, just chill. Not everyone's first prize. You're not the biggest geyser, but there are many in the park. You don't need to be a liar since you say I'm in the dark. If I'm really just another mark, then why would you want to be transformed by my all-spark? Your deceptive con to mean how you're forever seen. But since you claim that I am crazy, why won't you simply be the queen instead of acting like such a baby? I'm screaming, yay, there's a song about you. Hooray, but you're still a clown shoe. Yay, there's a song about you. Hooray, but you're still a clown shoe. Yay, there's a song about you. Hooray, but you're still a clown shoe. Yay, now there's a song about you. Hooray, too bad you're still a clown shoe.
I love that song. Thanks, man. Thanks.
Haters gon' hate. Haters gon' hate.
They keep calling me. Keep on calling me. They keep calling me. Keep on calling me. Hey, let me ask y'all this. How many people have had YouTube not take their money? They won't take our money. TBG, baby. TBG. We're nothing without you. Long live the haters!
Oh, so good. How about I only play like the beginning parts of the song? So that we can get more done.
It's Kanye and the Jew. It's Kyrie and the Jew. The trickery is genius while they have the goy confused. They overstate the worth while they control the earth. It's Kanye.
Thank you.
It's Kyrie
Don't forget to
and
get
the
your free
Jew.
download. www.bilderberg.com.
I almost fell for Kanye and the great Semitism deception, but the clever con, and they are teaching us a lesson. Since at our first impression, ye looks like the bad guy. Based on their definitions, his truth is just so pad thai. Some people now have sad eyes, crying foul and whining. But if they're so freaking mad, why aren't they just defining exactly what they're finding so goddamn offensive? The lines they're relentlessly mining seem desperately repetitive, which is why they hand out sedatives like they are Goyim candy. If you don't believe their rhetoric, you can't fall for what they're planning, since the timing is the fanning of their genius conspiracy fire. You have an understanding of someone spinning through the wire, but Kanye's the attire falling flat when it's on you. He's someone you admire as long as no one's in the room. And now he's bringing the kaboom to who we know owns the collection, while the tops of the upper deck consume our panini of truth detection. Look over here, no, look over there. Look at the books, they put them prepared. Keep a shift and beware. The crooked say beat. These crooks are impaired. They have look and believe. Look over here. Oh no, look over there. The American boy is still a boy to be fair. So the boy going where he employs us to go. It's a ploy to be paired with us, knowing our road. Ari.
And more, go get your download.
let's talk about Apollonia and everyone's favorite movie. The film that we all know as the scene in which they're using a little girl confusing sexy with abuse. If you find that amusing, what the fuck is your excuse? You can't claim to be aloof. That shit's obvious on sight. Her pubescent chest is proof this exploitation isn't right, since even my preteen boys were like, ew, what's wrong with her boobs, as we were watching it late one night and I'd forgot about the view. But just like most of you, I thought that trash was a rite of passage. I was showing my boys the ones and twos and how not to get your ass kicked, since the mafia's a massive bear you shouldn't poke. I figured witnessing the damage might for them lessen the joke, and if they're seeing through the smoke, the lesson to be learned was something that I hoped would keep them from being burned. But my stomach only churned when that scene hit my TV, since The Godfather has earned the right to now be called CP. Cancel The Godfather, and not for violence or stereotypes. Cancel The Godfather because adults with kids just isn't right. Cancel The Godfather and any chosen trash that's like it. Cancel The Godfather unless kids make you excited. We should cancel The Godfather because it's gross. We should cancel The Godfather while we boast that we are done with being dumb. It's time the chosen run. Let's cancel The Godfather, then we'll toast.
This song's fantastic. Might actually have to let this one play.
Yeah, kitty, kitty. Oh, what? Ooh, what's wrong with this kitty? Oh, yuck, this is a stinky kitty. Oh, are these bugs? Oh, kitty, this is your responsibility, kitty. You're supposed to take care of yourself. It's your goddamn vagina. Take responsibility. All of the baby daddy dramas because you killed the chivalry with your slimy inability to own your own corruption.
Right now, it's Shadow
No one
Cat.
makes the willing. We are known for our seduction. Prowess, but we're the butt end of the joke we call relationships. We pretend to be McLovin because our Vogel gets replaced by dicks, since you menace our amazing gifts no matter how kick-ass we are. There's a reason that some girls stay hit. Your big daddy issues tar and feather any star that might light up your darkness. You act as if you're smart while you still say irregardless. You think judge because the part feds, it must be worth the drive. But how can someone be so heartless and still remain alive? You keep acting like the target pointed right between your eyes isn't truth among your garbage. I can't believe I'm now this guy. You despise the compromise that could ignite the change we need. If the prize was how you try, it's no surprise the first try is free.
Whoa.
Stop blaming God. Because you're thigh. Refuse to hide. Your kitty pride. Stop blaming God. Don't act surprised. Your lock-keep line. Should be despised.
Nope. You tear this.
Johnny was justified, Daniel was the dick, and he deserved that busted thigh from the illegal kick. See, if he didn't do his tricks, then his treats might have been better. Although it's just another flick, the threads that make that sweater hold reality together. They're the rules that we live by, like Forrest Gump's impossible feather. We believe the CGI when it's lying to our eyes, because the TV said so. Without coincidence, we just die and have to spend our summer in Fresno. We should kick it like karate. They have us laughing at the fight. Hemorrhoid is not Miyagi. Those happy days were crappy nights. Waxing out and off the proxy. The darkness hiding in the light. Hollywood to Ponzi. They sell and tell us what we like. When truth is fun, we're where you come, but we're no one-trick pony. It's time we run, fed by the drums, appearing like we're phony. Since those of you who know me grow to show no resignation when the princes were exposing, hold the glow of desperation. And while the chosen TV stations put in place and pushing programs keeps the frozen education of the apes in lowly slow hands, the landscape is a no man's land kept safe from Goyim eyes. If we stand up straight, their program simply dissipates, then dies.
We got that booty bass. Once you have a taste, we'll make your booty shake. Yeah, we got that booty bass. We put the pace all in your face. Yeah, that booty bass. That booty bass. That booty bass. Yeah, we got that booty bass. Don't lose the race. We run this place. Yeah.
Our goal is to cut off the head. Most conspiracies are simply tentacles. We've only been kicking dicks instead of focusing on the testicles. Religion is for the desperate fool, and Islam's no exception. When a Judaism's repugnant tool of protecting the chosen infection, while controlling the flow and direction of Goyim bigotry and hatred. We're told who we should have aggression towards and who we're allowed to play with. Like teeth corralled by braces, they prefer it if we're straight. They've made us into raisins while they're treating us like grape. If Islam really means peace, it's a piece of the distraction. They know not every sheep will take the silly Jesus fraction and multiply that action to keep the boy confused. Islam's just another bastion for those who choose abuse. Just imagine how much of a prick someone has to be to get us to focus on them. Professor Griff is a bitch. Let me tell you a story of how this switch hitter tried his best to ignore me while I was simply imploring him to please explain how it is he keeps scoring since life is a game. Yet stifled and lame, this vagina's a dick. He's licensed by fame. He lies to exist. Crying his fist is up through deception. He's a Zionist pig used for their misdirection. Professing his lessons to lessen our might. He's stressing aggression. He mentions the fight is black against white, just like he's supposed to. He's trash among blight. He's used to control who you present to the whole room. He's modern day blackface. His flavor's so old you'll chuck what you last ate. Terminating your past makes you dumb to the present. Griff's job is to castrate the will of the peasants.
The song is about Professor Griff.
Public enemy, since you're dangerous to the public, but you're like 100 centipedes running away when you're confronted and seeing through your trusted pedantry. I would say you should suck it, but you'd probably take that literally and just don't cut my mustard.
What? In a minute.
When I say a bitch, I don't mean a female. I mean that he fits in nice with the details. Set up to prevail by the chosen in charge. Since you can't just go retail without playing your part. And that's where we start. Since he posted his phone number, I called the old fart. And I told him I wonder why it is he's not under the thumb of the system. But it turns out he's dumber than biblical wisdom, since he's just a minion. He doesn't know Gru, but his star was given, and that ploy's nothing new. The Goyim are moved, where and whenever. The spoiled say too, it's not even clever. And Griff is the lever, flushing their toilet. He's nothing better than getting enjoyment from boy unemployment. He sells us a discount. He sees employment. It's for our demise. You
I don't know, probably
are
not.
the public enemy, since you're dangerous to the public, but you're like 100 centipedes running away when you're confronted and seeing through your trusted pedantry. I would say you should suck it, but you'd probably take that literally, and you just don't cut my mustard.
You ready? Get a show off? You ready?
going off the beaten path, describing treason the boars. But there's a reason that they laugh less just as much as before us, and it's because they're so enormous we look like a flea circus. The Goyim sing the chorus, and it's all done on purpose, but they really get nervous when we put down our weapons and saying, Griff doesn't deserve this means you don't pay attention. The public enemy is an invention. It says we all think the same, yet who's often in attention are those who try to blame the system for the shame, and yet Professor Griff is famous. How does he still remain in the light without his anus being taken like the main bus takes everyone in the industry? The stories are so heinous you think someone would end the misery, but we're hobbled by the visions we are sold by all these grifters, professing crazy wizardry, tricking your brothers and sisters to accept whatever blisters. They whip on your back and all they really do is whisper when you think they scream. You are the public enemy since you're dangerous to the public, but you're like 100 centipedes running away when you're confronted and seeing through your trusted pageantry. I would say you should suck it, but you'd probably take that literally, and you just don't cut my mustard.
I gotta go.
All I wanted was a conversation. I saw some videos online and thought, hey, maybe this guy knows what he's talking about. Yet, when I talked to Professor Griff, and I basically told him I'm not just some lackey who's looking for you to tell me what to do, I have my own opinion, he got really upset and hung up on me. What happened, Griffey? Love to hear your opinion on this. TBC.
Charles makes such good music. It's not all rap. Alright.
Why was the Kirk narrative immediately that he was killed for free speech and Christian values? How did we all just know that before we had any details? Let's stop falling for Charlie Kirk. It's just another operation. White people are now going berserk against those who are not complacent in the left and right invasion and the propaganda shown. That this sanitation, the sickness that we've known, has exponentially grown. And really, how could it not? Their cover has been blown since we were forced to take the shot. And Charlie Kirk was a plot, device to move things forward. But what was that black spot on his collar seen to move towards his jugular after the code words gang violence were clearly muttered? Charlie is just a slow turd, and the ass is nothing other than
It's
what
because I
his
record the
Mossad
lyrics,
brothers continue
and then he
to
makes
call
the
their
song
home.
to go with the lyrics. So
Gravy
he's the guy.
smothers the Gaza rice that's all been cloned, since there's only sticks and stones to fight the genocidal bombs. It's time to break the chosen bones and call the Charlie Show the con that it isn't, since the bond with our oppressor is unbreakable.
Make sure you guys grab
We need
the
to see what's going
download.
on, and that our
And start
food
sharing
keeps
it,
their
guys.
table full. I just want to Kirk all of our enemies. Zero energy. The only thing that works is when we Kirk the jerks and be the Goyim pride that we are meant to be.
Pat Robertson's a charlatan, a liar, a monster. He's not even bargain bin. He's a cheap knockoff imposter. The bigotry he fosters is cleverly disguised by the ministry that offers less than compromise when demanding that you tithe, since God won't answer prayer. The salvation someone buys doesn't just come from thin air. The Bible says it like it's fair. Take the money from the poor. And Pat reminds me of his hair, hiding bald-faced lies galore.
If you got the touch and some magical powers, why is it never enough to sweeten all that is sour? just a monster who sucks. What you can't simply devour. And when we finally stand up, we'll see you bullies off power. Yeah! Please stop falling for Diddy. It's such a disgusting distraction. It's appalling how, quite literally, we had the exact same reaction when Trump was caught in traction and acting like a fool, seemingly foolishly laughing with passion when rules apply to a school of thought when he has one, relying on jewels to put shine on his tantrums, but this time his fandom wants to be duped. We're paying a ransom for low-hanging fruit. Diddy, or did he not? See, Diddy is Diddley Squad. When looking at who diddles a lot, Diddy so shitty Trump gave him a shot. Diddy, or did he not? See, Diddy is Diddley Squad. When looking at who diddles a lot, Diddy so shitty Trump gave him a shot.
Have you seen that?
No, because I'm a punk ass. Is that what you just said?
So, Diddy and Trump hung out a lot. So, why don't we jump to give Trump a shot to prove that he's not who all his friends were? Trump's been in the plot of so many offenders, movies his benders break.
Roses are red. Violet was crazy. And since your wonderful head is nowhere near lazy, you always amaze me. I'm forever too soon. To most you're a lady, but in the bedroom you bring the kaboom. And shake my foundations. The dirtiest broom, your sweeping sensations, a welcome invasion. Replacing my fear. Your terrapin station deadens the weird issues that shear off most people's wings. Then their miscues appear in the sequels who bring all of these things completely full circle. But my rose in your violet sings beautiful purple. Your Laura, I'm Urkel. It rhymes and it's true. My heart's on my shirt. Pull my sleeve into you. Since I savor the proof in your delectable pudding. I'm digging your roots, your Cuba so gooding. I'm losing my footing while you knock off my socks. The options you're putting on me ups my stock. And as the hands of the clock don't even seem to touch you, you're a chicken, I'm a cock. You're great and you suck too. The walls that you bust through are what's held me back. I love you so much, dude. Nothing but ask and I will attack the problem head on. We could live in a shack with everything gone and everything wrong just wouldn't matter. When you come along, your song is the answer to all of the cancer life constantly offers. The patterns you shatter open the coffer, holding the pauper you wear full of pride. My heart's quickly softer once I'm inside the incredible ride that our life is together. My jackpot is high. Angeline, song won't do you justice. You take my pain away. You're the only one I trusted. And then there came the day to avenge what you're disgusted by. My Angeline, song is all I have. Not sorry to burst your bubble, but the black vote doesn't matter. And truthishly, I'm hopeful that if we finally shatter the illusion and the banter, then the promised change will come. But until then, the chosen cancer takes advantage of the dumb. Goyim just for fun, since we barely even fight. Their propaganda keeps us numb, oblivious to the plight. While the thief comes day or night, we don't even lock the door. And when we finally see what isn't right, we blindly vote for more. Propaganda like the black vote and the black community are so much like a black hole that they suck the energy. Every planted seed, since voting's an illusion. No one protests who commands these things, lost in planned black confusion.
Oh shit. I am as old.
Blacks make up around 13% of the U.S. population. That's not enough to make a dent in any situation.
Alright, I'm gonna do one more. Oh, wait. There's just so many good ones.
In a fair to remember that I yearn to forget. What brought June to December not just brings me regret. A perfect vignette with a twisted conclusion. Yet had we not met, my lack of...
It was the right side. I know I had always played that one.
The sky has gone violet. The bubble is warm. The suicide pilot's now seen as the norm. My shoes show my mileage, my soul is worn. Why hold on to the why when the hows out were born?
My girlfriend's name is Roxy. She rocks me. She has me all knock-kneed, my socks off like Stu Bayless. You know, since that dude's such a racist, he picked O'Connor over Floyd. And his opinion's more than baseless, he sells drama to the coin. But Roxy's been called boy when she isn't wearing makeup. Her danger's not a choice, she's a clear mind thinking stay puft. She feels like snorting space dust. I'm willing, there's no reason. Her French soul food makes me say, what? That joke's amazing. She's ripe for the tasting. Her tree has
French soul food makes me say, what?
so snug, you ruin your life chasing the way she seems so bad.
It's brilliant.
Although you know it's a fake dream, you'd rather be glad if only it's like they through and scream, Mom and Dad. But my hanging Chad was beat into submission. In fact, thinking back, this weekend edition is a weak-ass admission that I'm a junkie for excuses. And I give her permission, so it must mean I'm abusive. My trust is elusive. She makes me stupid. I nod when I speak on why my belief is my lies come complete, disguising my demon. But I see the seasons after it started. The ruse happens even if I'm made a martyr. But you don't need to see parted to see the true path. You're so smug and fart, it's not rocket man. You just have to ask. I've an open book of poetry, and I've smoked the greener grass to the unknown forbidden property. And since I'm like epoxy, she's stuck inside my mouth. My wife ensures me Roxy sees I stay far behind, but I make all my dimes rain upon her face. Please save me your wine. My grapes are quite well aged.
I don't think this one has a hook.
The sky has gone violet. The bubble is warm. The suicide pilot's now seen as the norm. My shoes show my mileage. My soul is worn. Why hold on to the why when the house is home?
Speaking of hooks, though, you guys ready?
Rich girls like to whine, but can be so much fun. Spending time on daddy's dime is win-win 101. They always want to come when you try to get them over. The rabbits always run and they're quick with the snowblower. The chip that's on their shoulder is often stuffed by assholes. And the ones who push their dad's lawnmower are well below their class. So like Rapunzel in a castle, she's happy to have her hair pulled. And though she gives that pass go harder than a bear full of confidence and careful, usually isn't played. And then a light life that's thought as terrible comes just from getting laid. And sure, the bills will all be paid, and that happy won't be poor. But that kind of drama makes you gray, and when you want nothing more than a quick and happy score, don't be blind and in the dark. The light that shines is pure, coming from the trailer park, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, trailer park, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, trailer park, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, trailer park. Trailer park, doo 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 doo, trailer park, doo 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 doo, trailer park, doo 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 doo, trailer park.
And I'll play one of my favorite songs to end, and then I'm done. This is such a non-traditional song too. But what Charles does on this one is just awesome. Gotta hear this one with full headphones or music. It's amazing.
Only once. You can't shoot the shooter? Who thinks the dunce is really Lex Luthor? We're told we're too Superman. They hate our freedom. The terrorists prove they're wherever they need them. But watch Bush's speech when he thinks we are blind. He jokes with the heathens who don't seem to mind the fact they can't find the weapons they promised. They all laugh and drink wine like a boiler room conference. But that's when they're honest, when they think they are safe, when their racist responses demeaningly chafe the Goyim who plate and serve them our finest. They make all the dates since their rule is timeless. Hiding the minus, disguised as a hyphen, their lawyer is Linus, he commands a steep stipend. But that's when the right lends the left both its hands. It's not really a fight when it's part of their plan. I pledge my allegiance to the human race and this thing we share as home. No silly republic or invisible hand. One planet, absent God, no longer divided since truth liberates and justice comes from unity. I pledge no allegiance to silly flags. That's the oldest trick in the book. A democratic illusion on stolen land. One vision conceived by pipe, designed to fail and enforced by can't question. Since Facebook likes to censor us, since free speech can be so costly, since the goy belong on the back of the bus, I choose what I say awfully carefully, since the law sees that remain unequal. And I think it's appalling, since aren't we all just people? But when it comes to them, the sheep will look the other way. In Palestine, belief kills Gentiles every day. But never should you say you're a witness to a crime. The tether that's in place keeps everyone in line. We're allowed to sound the chime on Christian sex secrets. Proud to drop a dime on the Mormons' silly Jesus. The Muslims come complete with an okay to bust their balls. Yet everyone agrees it should stay against the law for anyone to call the chosen a bad choice. But that's racism, y'all, man. Fuck all that noise. I stand in my voice. Everyone is fair game. If you censor the goy, you're part of the blame. I pledge my allegiance to the human race and this thing we share as home. No silly republic or invisible hand. One planet, absent God, no longer divided since truth liberates and justice comes from unity. I pledge no allegiance to silly flags. That's the oldest trick in the book. A democratic illusion on stolen land. One vision conceived by pipe, designed to fail and enforced by can't question. Is it Al-Qaeda or ISIS? Who has, however you slice it, it's the say have had. They try to sandbag the flow of free thought. We call a man fag through hatred we're taught. The spaceships we bought cost us our sanity. We facelift the gaunt, then act like it magically answers why gravity can never be shown. While density and buoyancy get cleverly cloned behind a well-known cloak of conspiracy. Left on our own, the hopeless can clearly see they focus the fear to be something we crave. The sheep keep on cheering freedom from caves. We're modern-day slaves. We buy what they sell. We pay to be saved while living in hell. But how come no bells ring screamed out when those terrorist cells leave Israel out?
What Charles does is just so good. Oh, so good. You should hear it with the full speakers. All of it. All these little noises. All of it. Just so perfect. Anyway, thanks for hanging out with me. It's like a concert, right? So, go get your free download. Show the love, show the appreciation, and go get the free download. Like, I don't know how else to... You know, if you appreciate what I do, then go download our shit. Share it with somebody else. Help us. Wait till you hear it. Like, you're just getting, like, this shitty version. You're getting what Chuck said. You know, you're hearing it through the phone, through this, you know. Wait till you actually hear it through your speakers. Have it go through your car. And you hear the fucking shit going from side to side and swirling all around you. And then you go listen to something else and you're like, this is dumb. Yeah, hell yeah. Me and my gangster bitches, nigga. Yeah, what's up? Get some drugs and some hoes, bitches and the niggas. Bitches, titties, titties, titties.
Right.
Isn't that great?
Yeah. No.
Come on, guys. We didn't even play Oedipus Shrug. And Oedipus Shrug is the one that'll make you cry. Have yourselves a great night. And don't forget to get your free download. I just can't believe it. Like, I look at this and I think all the shit I didn't play and I just think, man, this shit is just so good. It really is fucking great. I don't understand. Well, I do, I guess. Because, again, think about, like, it's one thing to have me doing this. But think about all these songs that cover so many topics. That, you know, that even if you don't necessarily speak the language or all the language, you can look up the words, translate it, and know what it says, and know if that's something you want to get behind. I can't wait for our newest video to drop. The song, you guys have heard that. I didn't play the new song today, though. I guess maybe I should do that just real quick.
Beat it down and I'll beat you down to beat 'em down and I'll beat you down to beat 'em down and I'll to beat 'em down, beat 'em down, beat 'em down and I beat you down to beat 'em down and I'll beat you down to beat 'em down and I'll beat you down to beat 'em down, beat 'em down. First of all, pre-J. He's a hero among us sandwiches. Since the game sees donkeys play, means the prizes and the damages are well earned in a big old bag of dicks to be fed to every pedo. The predilection is so cancerous that they should all be dead. So it's time to paint them red. No excuses are accepted. And since that provides the best show, Jay needs to be protected from the system. So infected with pedos top to bottom, which is why the pigs arrested the hero who says, got him. When you come across a pedo, kick him in the dick. Don't slap him in the head. No, kick him in the dick. Black and white or red, bro. Kick him in the dick. Even if they up for bread, yo, kick him in the dick. Come across a pedo, kick him in the dick. Don't slap him in the head. No, kick him in the dick. Black and white or red, bone. Kick him in the dick. Even if they up for bread, yo, kick him in the dick. Second of all, Free J. He does what should be done. How does anybody say pedos don't deserve a gun? Pressed against their tongue, blowing out their thumbs, doing the job the cops should do, removing the bottom rung. The stakes are all well done. Our judicial system's buns. Second chances only prove how useless they've become. And that's why DAP's won. They're agents of destruction. The Holy Trinity is dumb and the Matrix is dysfunction. When you come across a pedo, kick him in the dick. Don't slap him in the head. No, kick him in the dick. Black and white or red, bro. Kick him in the dick. Even if they up for bread, yo, kick him in the dick. Come across a pedo, kick him in the dick. Don't slap him in the head. No, kick him in the dick. Black and white or red, bone. Kick him in the dick. Even if they up for bread, yo, kick him in the dick. Third and most importantly, Free J, you piggy pricks. We're sick of your extortion. We want to keep paying for your tricks. What is it? Jealousy that's in your craw makes you do it?
And then
Or
a
is
little
it
blue
just a
headed.
tiny wick that makes your seams explode with stupid? These predators are ruthless, and it's music to my ears to see them beat down like acoustic as their fury disappears, since it's crocodile tears, and they crumble when the crowd sees these monster pedos here. Excuse me, everybody!
Best part.
Beat it down, and I'll
So,
beat you
anyway,
down.
yes, thanks for being here, guys. Get your free download in the description. First link available. Hopefully you dig what we do and you share it with your friends. There's all kinds of other stuff in the description that's really good. Mary, you know, it's crazy to have one fan, but it's enough to really inspire me. So thank you. I really appreciate you, Mary. You really make me feel like what we're doing matters. And if it's helped you,
Holy
like
cow,
you
guys are
said,
getting your asses kicked, aren't
then
you?
thank you. Well, like that's we help somebody. That's good. So
I'm
have
so
yourself a
sorry.
wonderful
I
day,
got added
and
to that nightmare.
have yourself a wonderful night. And you pedophiles, kill yourself.
You too, honey.